Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, I saw a chat message, okay, during the starting soon song that I don't know how to feel about it. Someone said, surely he won't explore today. And I just want us to take a step back, okay? And think back to last patch, okay? Imagine saying that in my chat last patch. Imagine saying, surely he won't explore today. I've been such a well-mannered explorer lately.
There's a lot that goes into
that people that you guys are now expecting me to explore. Anyways, chat. Hello. I did a little bit more exploration off stream. And as you can see, we have that's 100% on all of Chenyu Vale. Yeah, sure, Lud. Did you take a boat ride in secret to spite us? I plead the fifth. Is it full 100% or game 100%? I haven't gotten everything. No. It's game 100%. Are we getting the card name card? Is that the name card you get from fully completing the achievements here? Because I did do that, so yeah. I guess so. 30 stream same time tomorrow? Yeah, more or less. Yeah. Anyways, chat. The next step, by the way, we have 100% on the 1.0 desert. I guess we'll need to finish 100% Sumeru Forest. Then Sumeru Desert. Then I guess we'll also need to finish 100% on the Fontaine stuff. And then all that's gonna be left is this abomination. Oh, there's the chasm too. There's the chasm too. There's one part of Leia, is there? You turn in your sigil, yeah. It's just a chasm. Oh, you mean this, 97. I mean, whatever. How's your Remuria? How do you see it even? I guess you have to just check from this thing. 89. Oh, zoom out, right. That works too. Okay. I had turned them in at the end of last stream, but I guess I have a few more now. It was 100k. Huge. So that leaves us with almost 12 million. Almost 12 million. Not bad, huh? Oh yeah, we can go teapot. We can reach 12 mil from the with the teapot stuff. Can't we? I am indeed living up to my name as a business tycoon. I just realized I need to bench these real quick.
This realm.
This realm.
If you ever.
All right, it's time. Outdoor set. We've got Noel, Bennett, DeLuke, Diona. DeLuke. Diona. Noel. Bennett.
Hunting isn't competent hunt with this.
Building Lanyan. Nopers building furniture. True.
These facilities.
Wait, can you actually forge things in your teapot? Wait, I didn't know that was a thing. That's crazy. My oh my.
High quality. Amazing. Please, let.
It's 2020. Shut up. My man, this is 2021 content. Shut up! Okay, so this is done. This is Diona Amber Razor. Pretty sure my Razor's friendship 10. Let's find him.
Oh, but you don't have any perfect.
There is Amber.
Newcomers, most of the build. However.
Did he build buildings for Mora? Yeah. I did.
Villages sometimes thank you for.
We're doing more exploration? Probably not today. There's other things we need to do today. Okay, so this is now completed. For this, we've got, oh my, Venti. Do this one late. Oh my. Okay, wow, that's Pog. Wait. Venti, Diona, Barbara, Jean, Kaya. No, Venti, Rosaria. Did I say Diona? Venti, Rosaria, Barbara, Jean, Kaya. Rosaria. Venti. Barbara. Kaya. Jean.
This environment, the sisters working at. Thanks for telling.
Dear God, it's a disease. First people are doing exploration. Now he's convinced people to teapot. Yeah, I have.
People taking a.
What can I say?
Staying here. Imagine when that time comes.
Teapot is goated? I mean, Teapot is efficient.
This would be the part. Thank you.
We're making so much money right now.
Whenever I go, the nights, the atmosphere.
Alright, next set. Oh boy. There's quite a few on this one, huh? Let's fucking... My God, there's so many. What the hell? Beidou, Shenling, Shinyan, Gumming. Beidou. Gumming. Shinyan. Shenling. I don't have Ganyu, so Child, Yelan, Xianyan. Child. Yelan. And Xianyan. Where is she?
You brought me all the way. Well,
Oh, what is he doing, Chad? Is he down bad for Primos? No, it's for the Mora. I mean, that's not to say that I don't care about the Primos. The Primos are nice to get, but I'm mainly doing this for the Mora. Like, I probably wouldn't be doing this now if it wasn't for the Mora. Who the fuck is currently in? Elon. She does not look like she's in. She looks like she's just lined up.
This
But
is
okay, I
awesome.
guess.
Gotta have a also.
Hurry up, Grassa! Wow, you coming?
Bro has more than enough for 2 characters, but it's... I mean, okay, 2 characters, and then what? What do I do once I've built 2 characters? Never pull for another character again? Is that what you want me to do?
Such a rich aroma truly makes. I've tasted dishes from. I leave it to you to bring me around.
Yeah? So then what do I do with my primos? Max refresh and go for constellations?
Come on, join.
C6 very so soon?
Awesome. Let's go look at different after that.
I'm gonna be fully honest with you. Some part of me kinda wish I got more unlucky. And managed to get C2 Varesa on the way to C6 Yansan. Some small part of me. Oh, we've already done this one. Alright.
This realm is
Some very, very small part of me. Chat, we might have to go cut some wood. We're almost out of one of the types of logs. Loggers.
this realm is
Oh, you can craft wood? That's crazy.
if you ever
Oh. Oh no. What the fuck is Goth's Furnishing Shop? Goth's Furnishing Shop. Ah! 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 What the fuck? I can't do that! That's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 140k Mora? But it costs 175k. What the fuck, dude? You gotta spend money to spend money. Fucking hell. Yeah, okay. I guess the main reason to do these is for the Mora, right? Or is for the Primos, right? Especially this one, dude. 3,100, like, no shot, man. Alright, so I guess I can start prepping for this one. Even though I won't be able to finish it.
this realm is you ever...
Baby's first day at capitalism school. Alright, shut up, man. That's fucked up. Whatever. We do this today. We don't make one, but we at least, like, fucking finally take care of this. Like, oh my god, this abomination. That's ass, that's ass, that's ass. Ass. I mean, it's not even that ass. Like, this could be good on Escoffier. I'm not using it on Escoffier. That would bring shame upon my whole family, I think. This I'm never using. This, I don't know. It's a guaranteed 8 roller, but the stat distribution isn't the best.
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it.
I'll keep it
So,
for now.
Wanna train with me sometime?
This, the 7 roller. I already have some other animal goblets that are good though, so this isn't really necessary. Animal characters that care about damage percent and crit probably won't go Wanderers. So it's just gonna be, it would just be an off piece. Oh, and that's enough. Alright. Bet. Bet. I don't think we use it now. Because what I want to make would be this. Probably another attempt at a good circlet here is probably what I'd want to make, but I can't. Could also consider trying to make any M-Sands again. It's too likely it rolls like shit, though. I don't know. Or a crit damage circlet for my co-op Versa build.
Weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure that...
Anyways, before we cap, we're at 199. 6 minutes until we're capped.
In a good mood.
Is it a contention day? Probably, right? Oh, yeah, we're Sunday. Actually, before we do this, we need 72, right? Or 76? How much is it? $76, okay. Okay, multiple people said 72. You guys are fucking cooked, man. Contention. I have 72. I now have 76. Next, we need 42 of these. I fucked up. Because now if I get a purple, it's wasted. Why did I do that? Whatever. Just need to keep 6 of these. I now have 20. I need 42. And whatever. Break to count. It's fine. There's gonna be another character that wants contention at some point. Probably. Right? Oh, my Molani burst is still not fully leveled, so I'll be able to recycle them there. Oh, Pyro MC too. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. It won't be wasted. Trust. Trust. It won't be wasted. Trust. You know what? I'm actually kind of hoping I don't get a purple today.
A little extra training never hurt.
No, wait, the normal attacks for the co-op? True, true, true. Good point. I'm actually not sure. if you're in co-op, is it better to do Pyro Infused normal attacks with Bennett with your off-field skill? Or spin... I'm pretty sure Pyro Infused normal attacks are stronger than spinning outside of burst. Like, they're pretty similar, but if you do Pyro Infused normal attacks, you also get the, like, skill... The off-field version of the skill. I'm gonna get a purple first one right now, okay.
Look out below! Hands where I can see 'em! Quick as a flash! Rat from the sky!
Rat from the skies!
Yeah! Time to roll!
Please just let me on pieces. Back together.
Justice will prevail! Faster! Stronger! Burn it down! Pyroclastic surge! Time! Yeah! Heads up! Running late again. You asked for it! Controlled breathing! Light up the blazing sun! Hero incoming! Yeah!
Alright. I have a good feeling about today. I feel like we're gonna get the amount of books we need, and then we'll have enough resin left for one domain, and that one domain is actually gonna be an improvement on my Barissa build. I don't know why, but I just have a good feeling about it.
Quick as a flash!
Light it up! Rat from the sky!
Charge! Yeah! Oof! Charge! Hurry up, Brassa!
Rat from Thesky, indeed. Skirk, talent priority, skill burst. Fuck. +1 wasted. That's fine. Yeah, putting the 77 in Zajef77.
Heads up!
That's true, that's true.
Controlled breathing!
Pyroclastic surge! Try and stop me!
Hero
Okay, chat, am I the only one who fucking hates Maoika's eat inside her bike? It always fucking misses, man. God damn it. Maybe I should make a video, one minor annoying thing about every character.
Drop your weapons! Quick as a flash!
Burn it down! Light up the blazing sun!
Hero incoming!
Oh.
Yeah! Look out below!
For Varesa, it would be using your E in the overworld, the charge attack bringing you forward to a cliff, and the plunge attack making you fall off the cliff. No, the Nightsoul transmission. The Nightsoul transmission is annoying, but it's not as annoying as that. Like, I can deal with it.
Hero incoming!
We need 42, right? So we have enough? I think I went overboard, actually. I did. The worst thing is, I'm not even going to be able to use all of them the day of release. Because I won't have enough weekly boss mats. You say that, but you crashed out during the combat event a couple patches ago. Shut the fuck up. It wasn't with Veresa, okay? Okay, so we need 42. We have 37, so we need 5 more. Yeah, we wasted a few. That's fine. I think we did one too many run. Yeah, just one too many. That's not too bad. We currently have 77 of these, 42 of these, and 12 of these. Actually, we didn't, now that I think about it. Because with one less, we wouldn't have had enough greens. We would have had enough blues, but not enough greens. We would have been at 42 with 4 out of 6 greens. So we stopped at the right time. Okay, nice. So you get booked from her release quest? That's if you do the quest before you level her. And, yeah. That doesn't tend to be something I do. Oh, you do get extra books from theater. Fuck. I should have thought about that. You're right. You're right. You're right. Eh, whatever. It's fine. They'll be useful eventually anyways.
Thank you for
Because my Molani's still not fully leveled. Or fully... It's not leveled. She is leveled. She's just not fully geared. Also, we got friendship. It's kind of cute. Yeah. Could always just... What the fuck? Where? Okay. What? Huh? Why was it? Is it because I shit-talked Sharky last time? It's probably because I shit-talked Sharky. Nah, you know what? It's just that the description loading can miss, just like Sharky itself can miss. That's probably what happened there. That's probably just what happened. Alright, we have 40 resin, that's enough for 2 artifact runs. It's time to get a fucking insane piece. You know, outside of my... You know what, actually, now that I think about it, every single one of my pieces is kind of underwhelming. Other than this, but that's an off piece, so like, whatever, right? Like, this is unironically below average for a crafted goblet. This is probably about average for a crafted circlet. And then this isn't that good, and this isn't that good. So it's actually, like, still really resin efficient for me to farm this, assuming average RNG. But it's annoying, because I've been farming it for a long time, and I haven't been getting average RNG. Would you say you have high standards for your artifacts? It depends. Yes and no. I do have high standards for my artifacts on Veresa, because I've been farming this domain for a long ass fucking time, and I'm pissed off that it's not fucking working.
Burn it down.
Stop right there. Faster, stronger. Let's
Light up the blazing sun.
He didn't say rat from the sky, so we're not gonna get a good artifact. It's gonna be the next one. Long time equal 1 patch. Yeah, but I spent a bunch of fragile here. Like...
Hands where I can see 'em. Final warning. Quick as a flash.
Wrath from the skies!
Hero incoming. Yeah! Hurry up, Vrasa.
When we use condensed resin, it doesn't really do anything. The purpose of condensed resin is to reduce the amount of time you spend in domains. Like, condensing your domain experience. But, like... say I do spend 5 minutes farming crystal flies to save 10 minutes of domains. Okay. I've just gained 5 minutes to do other things in my day. But, like... would you do... I gotta think of a good analogy. Okay, I actually have an amazing analogy here. To me, condensing resin is like doing your taxes yourself. Let me explain. Okay?
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it.
You're presented with two options with your taxes, okay? Either you do everything yourself, or you pay someone else to do it for you. Most of the time, unless you have a really, really high-paying job, third option is tax evasion. We're not Sethos, okay? Stop it. Unless you have a really high-paying job, earning the amount of money that it takes to pay someone to do a lot of your taxes stuff for you takes longer than doing your taxes yourself. But does that mean that it's preferable to do your taxes yourself? Well, personally, I like my job. I like doing things at my job. And between 2 hours of work at my job and 1 hour of doing taxes, there's no fucking doubt in my head that I'd rather do 2 hours of work. Right? It's the same thing for domains and condensing resin, okay? I'd rather do 10 minutes of domains than 5 minutes of farming crystal flies. Because domains are incomparably better of an experience than farming crystal flies.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure that... What?
You could just gotten the crystal flies by now. Yeah, but instead I decided to talk and give you guys some amazing entertainment through a never before heard analogy that you enjoyed and were entertained by 100%. Why does Sethos do tax evasion? Because he can. He can get away with it. Not everywhere, though. Some governments are a little bit more strict on tax evasion in Genshin. As a general rule, it's a lot easier to get away with tax evasion in Asia. For Sethos. Yeah, for those of you that are completely lost, Sethos' charge attack that consumes energy is something that you can like avoid. You can avoid consuming the energy from the charge attack if you have really high ping. Because you charge the charge attack. I don't have a fucking charge attack, so I'll use Sugar's E to show. Right? And if you have high ping, instead of consuming it as soon as you fire, what the? There's a limit to how long you can hold her E? I didn't know. Instead of consuming it as soon as you fire, it consumes it after the game registers that you fired on the side of the server, which means that it's delayed by ping. So if you have enough ping, you can do your charge attack and then dash and immediately burst. And if you burst before the energy gets consumed, well, you get the burst. So you effectively got your charge shot, but managed to evade the taxes on it. You managed to evade having to pay the energy cost of it. And because Asia server is known for its high ping gameplay, even for Asian players, it's easier to do in Asia. With 0 ping, it's literally impossible. I don't know at what ping it becomes frame perfect. I think it's like around 70 or some shit. Maybe it's doable at 30 ping. I don't fucking know. I've never seen it though. Anyways, chat. I've realized I've done too much strongbox. It's time for me to stop strongboxing for the foreseeable future. For the foreseeable future, also, let me... go through my instructor artifacts. Oh, I don't have a lot. I really don't have a lot. Okay, never mind. Okay, this is not worth locking. Let's go through the exile as well. No, no. I'll lock an ER exile sands with crit. I don't know if I have one. Other than that, only 4-liners. Or only 3-liners with ER. Alright, we can salvage the rest. I'll do an artifact cleaning soon to prepare for 6.0. Hopefully they'll add the Long Night South set to Strongbox in 6.0. And if they do, I want to have the Strongbox session ready. So I'm not going to Strongbox until 6.0. Now that I have a good Arlecchino set, I don't need to Strongbox. So I'll hold for Long Night's Oath. One more TOM now. My TOM is good enough now. Like, this is pretty good. Like, a 7 roller is good enough. Another 7 roller. Good enough. Omega ER. Insane. Insane. Insane 8 roller. This is kind of ass, but it'll do, honestly. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. And then this is okay as well. And I also have this one if I need crit rate. Are there any sets you'd want specifically for co-op? Yes, there actually could be. Generally, you really want to start valuing support sets with offensive stats more. And you want to value Marie-José more. Because everyone can use it. But yeah, mainly Vivi with offensive stats, Cinder City with offensive stats. If you're planning on playing Bennett, having a TOM set for him is nice. Marie-José in general, anytime you play with Farina. Other than that, not much changes. Deepwood, sure, but... yeah, Deepwood, sure. Someone needs to be on Deepwood. But usually when you want Deepwood, you're going to have Nahida on the team. So it can just be Nahida on Deepwood, and she should generally already be on Deepwood, so... not much changes. Anyways. Let's do an Abyss run. Who should we play? I guess we should play KINICH, since I want to record a KINICH video today. Should we play KINICH first side to experience the normal KINICH experience? No, I really don't want to. It's not fun. KINICH is not a fun character when you're not playing him on a side that's made to sell him. Sorry. I guess I'll just give him this instead. And stay on this. Yeah, that's fine. Freeze Milani? We could do Freeze Milani. Sounds fun. I guess we stick to TTDS. No. Yes? No. Probably not. Maybe? Nah. Let's give TTDS to Seedlaw. The problem is I don't have another good weapon for her. Like, that's the problem. If I don't put her on TTDS, I'm putting her on Witsit in a freeze team. 1 out of 3 to be useful. But I guess it is what it is. Let's just win the 1 out of 3. Thoughts? Okay, cool. Good talk. I have way too much EM in my subs, but it is what it is. I don't care. Not that much, actually. Make sure she's And Fav is probably not the best here. Giver's Coward's fine. Actually, let's go hard on it. Let's go Jade Wing Spear. Let's put her on Fav. She's also on Fav. This is not a team where you should go TOM Farina, but I can't be bothered re-gearing her. You do 4-star supports KINICH? I could. I don't want to, but I could. But I don't want to. So let's not. This is a side that favors KINICH himself quite a bit, so let's go for KINICH on San. And then... Oh. I can't do Maoika. Because I don't want to put her on deep wood. So we gotta do EBD. That's fine though. Let's do that, sure. Elma, but I would have to put him on deep wood too. I'm too lazy to gear, chat. You should know this about me by now. If I can avoid gearing, I will. Burst damage or HP? HP's probably better because I don't have a lot of burst damage. But this team cares about HP. Oh, my Fab didn't proc. I guess it doesn't matter. We goosed, and more importantly, we loosed.
Extract. Let's move. Everybody stand.
Locked on.
Bro.
Oh, glory. You're so cool. Stronger. Start the...
Oh, we're fucked.
Reconstitute a little ambiance. Quick as a flash. On my...
I got him cornered.
I don't want to burst, man. Can you prog the 5, please? Thank you.
Controlled breathing.
Locked on.
My Benediar is like 10% too low. Cooked. Skill damage? That's good. Both of our teams do a lot of skill damage.
Strike a pose. Let my name echo in song. Show no mercy.
We didn't proc the 5. Oh.
The pinnacle of excellence. Let's ride. Woohoo! Surf's up. Let's shred, Sharky.
Please proc the 5, thank you.
Time to shine. Fulfill our pact. A little moose.
Okay, the Fab is
Goose on the loose.
allergic to proccing. I guess I don't have enough crit, so it's on me.
Amazing.
Fuck you.
Check this out. Best of luck. Strike a pose.
A dash of frosting.
Hmm.
Let the world come alive.
Will you?
Show no mercy. Off to the freezer. The pinnacle of
Parting waves. Surf's up. Catching at the waves. Whoosh.
Big. Right?
Neutralize.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this shit.
Start the. Teamwork is strict.
Target acquired.
What the fuck is going on here?
Let's light it up. Reconstitute.
controlled breathing.
Let everybody stand back.
Locked on.
Did I just miss my crit, by the way? I just missed. I have 99.6 crit rate, don't I? Oh man. Oh man. That's certainly something.
Time to shine.
Get to work. A dash of frosting. Goose on the
Goose on the loose!
Amazing.
Chat, is the 2-note buff the good one?
Amazing.
I think so, right?
Best of luck. Strike a pose.
Let my name echo and fulfill our pact. A burst of flavor.
Let's ride.
It's the damage percent one, right? That means I got lucky. Oh! Chat, I saw the shield appear. I saw the shield. He shielded up after he died. Holy shit. What the hell?
Extract. Let's light it up.
No one saw that.
Reconstitute. Fresh and floral. Quick as a flash. On my. I'm going in.
Target acquired.
Bow before your king. Glory to which none. This'll brighten up the place. Especially not when it's
Oops.
let's move.
We gotta wait. Otherwise we're gonna get one shot. Le masque leur est puissance en essayant d'écraser. Alright, that was pretty good. 310k ease, yeah, and that's with talent level 8 too. Holy. Can you say which set may be good for Skirk, Hunter, or Finale? Because on Hunter I have 48,280, on Finale 55.1250. My team is Farina, Escoffier, and Elon. Is that the ratio after your weapon, by the way? Because if you're using a crit rate weapon, it can change the answer. But if those are your final ratios, your Finale is dog shit. Assuming those two have the same attack. Right, you said 48,280 and 55.1250. Alright. Just in terms of CV, right? Your finale is already worse. But then on top of that, your like ratio here is
The special security
awful.
surveillance patrol
It's
is-
bad. It's like bad. Like, it's not the worst possible thing, but like, it's not very good either. Assuming you have the same attack on both, right? And the only things that are going to change are your damage percent and your crit value. You have 46.6 from your circlet. You have, let's say, around 250 fanfare on Farina. You said Farina, Yelan, Escoffier, right? Let's say 25% average from Yelan. So, crit rate, crit damage, crit value, crit multiplier, damage percent, adjusted effective attack. On the Marie-José one, you have 15 damage percent. On the Sig one, you have 75 damage percent. But here, you also have 36 additional crit rate. There's also potentially cryo resonance, but that's gonna depend on what you're fighting. So for now, let's look at it without cryo resonance. Oops. Your Marie-José is about 14% better. That's a fuck ton. I guess I need to do more farming. The thing is, at equal quality, right? Marie-José is still gonna be better. Marie-José is currently her best set. The only problem with Marie-José is that if you go for her signature weapon, because it's a crit rate weapon, it becomes very possible that you end up overcapping on crit. But if you manage not to overcap on crit, it's still her best set, even with her signature. At least for now. Potential changes tomorrow, though, so keep that in mind. Are there weapons for co-op people should avoid at all costs and others people should run, like TTD? Yeah, I mean, obviously in co-op, TTDS doesn't work, Witsith doesn't work, so those are weapons you should never use.
Pop up on the street.
Other than that, there's a few weapons that are that become a bit worse, like weapons that have off-field requirements. Such as Calamity Queller becomes a bit worse. Escoffier Sig becomes a bit worse, but not to the point that you don't want to use it. It's still good. Yeah, then there's also weapons that are better. Oh, also, Sacrificial Jade becomes a lot worse. Yeah, and then there's weapons that become better, like Lost Prayers, for example. But there's not that many weapons that become better. It's mainly Lost Prayers. Now that I think about it, it's pretty much only Catalysts that get affected in a major way. Widsith, TTDS, Sacrificial Jade, Lost Prayers. Like, what the fuck is going on with Catalysts, man? Jadewing Spear. Jadewing Spear does become a bit better because it's easier to maintain uptime on it. That's true. How do you calculate car resonance in your building process? It depends. Personally, I like always assuming that cryo resonance can happen and not building over 85. But if you know that you're gonna be playing Skirk pretty much only against bosses and pretty much only with like double hydro with an off-field hydro like Yelan, you won't get a lot of uptime on cryo resonance, so you can build more than 85. There's also Abyss cards too, that's true. But new content doesn't have Abyss cards, and new content seems like it might be what endgame ends up gravitating towards if it doesn't get any changes. So Abyss cards might not matter that much in the future. The new endgame mode, is it worth leveling normal attacks for some characters that it's normally not? I mean, yeah. Usually, let's say a character like Chevreuse, she's never going to normal attack, so there's no point to leveling her normal attacks. But in co-op, every character uses their normal attacks, so any character you play in co-op should have their normal attacks leveled. How important their normal attacks are to use depends on which character. Because I use Chevreuse as an example, let's talk about her, because I have some sheets with Chevreuse open right now. Right? If you just look at the damage that's coming entirely from normal attacks, it ends up being almost half of her damage if there's a C6 Bennett on your team. Like 40%. If you don't level her normal attack talents at all, that 40% pretty much gets divided by 2. So you lose about 20% of your total DPS. So it is worth leveling, yeah. Chevreuse loses value in co-op, right? Yeah, Chevreuse's C6 is pretty shit in co-op. Because she only heals herself in co-op. So you can't buff with the C6. But the healing from the C6 does work in co-op. And when that healing procs, you do buff pyro and electro damage by 20%. But you can only get 1 stack of it on the rest of your team. The thing is, in co-op, Chevreuse also happens to be a buffer that isn't completely meaningless in terms of their on-field presence, which makes her a pretty good character nonetheless. On top of that, VV can be hard to use in co-op because of coordination issues. It's going to be a lot harder to do specific swirl setups in co-op than in single player. Because everyone has to do their job properly or it's not going to work. And so unconditional setups like Chevreuse, or unconditional buffs and debuffs like Chevreuse, gain a bit of value there as well. Isn't co-op arguably a harder way to do in-game content than just using a normal team? I mean, from what I've looked at, it seems like co-op, like 4-player co-op, tends to multiply your damage by more than 1.5, assuming you're building teams properly. And so if the enemy's HP is multiplied by 1.5, it means that it actually does become efficient to do co-op. It is a bit unfortunate that there isn't going to be a match feature for difficulties 4 and 5. But I suppose it is what it is. That would require having people to co-op with. Okay, if the co-op itself actually does end up being real, we will 100% actually properly implement matchmaking channels in the Discord server. I'll start participating in the Discord server a lot more. Because I'll fucking have a reason to, you know? Or Triple E will generate so many particles? No, Triple E doesn't generate particles. Triple E has particle generation ICD. I think it's 10 seconds? Not sure. Right, cooldown 10 seconds. Really dumb. Navi is cool in co-op because she gets stacks when any party member picks up a crystallize. Yeah, but she doesn't gain that much from it. Because Navia generally uses her E off cooldown, even outside of co-op, and generally stays on field to use up all of her Geo Infusion uptime. Which means that she actively gains nothing from co-op, other than, like, slightly more damage percent on her skills because she'll always get 6 instead of being, like, average 5. Did you gain a lot from Shania? No, because the 8 plunge quota limit on Shania is shared by the whole team. So if everyone's plunging in co-op, everyone only gets 2 plunges each. She does gain a bit of value from the fact that since she's on-fielded, she gets to use the Bennett buff on her plunge buff. But, yeah, yeah. Don't expect too much. Let's just put it that way. There might be some cool plunge Ayaka stuff, though. Doing something like Bennett, Mawika, Ayaka, Xianyun. No, Mawika won't work. No fighting spirit generator. Fuck. How bad would plunge Citlali really be? Probably pretty bad, right? Probably pretty dog shit, huh? But the animation is so fucking cute. So maybe we do it anyways. Maybe it's time to level my Citlali normal attack. God, the motion value on it is so bad. Oh god. Oh god, it's so bad. Plunge Skirk, that's bad. Skirk is a carry. Okay, generally when you look at carries that do a lot of damage, they are generally going to fall in one of 3 categories, right? Category number 1 is carries that have normal motion values, but a lot of self buffs, right? So you can think about Hu Tao, right? Hu Tao gets reactions, and Hu Tao gets a lot of attack from her skill, right? But her actual charge attack motion value is pretty bad. It's not awful, but it's unremarkable, right? Category 2 is characters that have really high motion value, but not a lot of self buffs. So you can think of characters like Skirk, for example. Skirk does not buff herself at all, right? She technically has a self buff. She technically has two self buffs, but one of them is directly a motion value increase, so I don't really count it as a stat buff. And the other is 20% damage percent, so it's fucking worthless. And then the last category is characters that have both high motion value and self buffs. Like Maoika, right? Maoika has a bunch of damage percent and attack percent from her own kit. Access to a set that gives you a massive fucking truckload of stats, but also pretty high motion values. As a general rule, characters that have really high motion value and not that many buffs in their own kit don't benefit that much from flat increases like what you get from Shenhe or Yunjin or Xianyun, for that matter, right? Because the buff they're getting from that flat damage isn't getting increased by their kit, and their kit already does a lot of damage. And so you end up with a fairly minor increase, all things considered. That's part of why Xianyun is a good character for Hu Tao, despite Hu Tao not having a very good plunge multiplier. And Hu Tao not even doing 8 plunges in her rotation. Right? She generally only gets 6. But she's still like 5 or 6. But Xianyun is still a pretty good option for her. Because she has a lot of self buffs to capitalize heavily on... I guess she doesn't even have that much self buffs, but... She's played in teams that buff her a lot, and I forgot the other thing. And she already jumps in her combos. How's Vivi Wanderer or Vivi Aoife in co-op? I mean, Aoife's just outright worse than Wanderer. But they're both pretty decent. Vivi in general is something that can very much be justified in teams. And if you are going to be using a Vivi character, you have a few options. From what I've looked at, the best Vivi is going to tend to be Chaska, because Chaska was released in 2025. And is a 5-star character. Next up is generally gonna be Wanderer, but the gap between Wanderer and Xiao is small enough that it can be a weapon diff. If you have Jadewing Spear, but your best Wanderer weapon is fucking, I don't know, Solar Pearl or some shit, Xiao will probably do better than Wanderer. If you have Lost Prayers versus Deathmatch, Wanderer is gonna mog Xiao. Mid-off? No, I think they're both pretty good. This was the co-op tier list I'd done. I wasn't completely finished with it. And I guess we gotta put this back on screen, right? But from the preliminary calcs I've done for co-op stuff, both Wanderer and Xiao are actually pretty good. And so is Farazan, for that matter.
It's both powerful and threatening. Sometimes
that wasn't even top 5 plunge carry man. Pretty good isn't quite accurate. We're talking about co-op. In co-op, it's not about Xiao being a plunge carry, it's about Xiao being a VV user. And it's about co-op often favoring carries on support sets over supports. Are you assuming you have energy for ult every time? It's a lot easier to get your energy for ult in co-op. In co-op, every character catches every character's particles. Right? Particles get generated individually for each player. That means if I use my skill on Maoika and get the 5 particles from it, Maoika catches 5 pyro particles, but every other character also catches 5 pyro particles. Alright, particles are only for yourself. So every other player's particles also only count towards you on your side of the client, basically. Which means you end up with a lot more. Wait, isn't her plunge animation really fast? I never noticed. Does she have the same plunge animation speed as Kave? I think she does. That looks really fast. I never noticed. That's crazy. It's not like it matters, but still. That's crazy.
Is that the client? Wait. Oh, it's you!
What's our objective?
Ah, no. I'm an idiot. Well... I guess it doesn't matter, man. How good / fun is playing KINICH on mobile? I can't answer any mobile-related questions from a first-person perspective because my phone is too old to download Genshin. The only time I've ever played Genshin on mobile was when I did that Samsung sponsor. Is Raiden worth it in 2025? I mean, I think I posted the banner review yesterday. Alright, DJ, thanks for letting me know, I guess. But I don't think KINICH is the sort of character that would be more difficult in co-op. Or, sorry, on mobile. Generally, when I think about things that are more difficult to do on co-op, it's things that require to do inputs using multiple different buttons. Because when you don't have the tactile feedback of, like, the texture of keys on a keyboard, and it's just the position of your fingers on a completely flat screen, it's harder to, like, reliably press the right buttons just from muscle memory. But with KINICH, the button he has to press is the same one, right? You don't have to move your finger all everywhere. Right, because, like, it's just, you use your E, you do normal attack button twice, and then you use your E again. And then normal attack twice and E again. You mentioned his DPS falls significantly if he didn't get the 5E rotation, that's why I asked. I mean, it does. But like I said, I don't think KINICH is the sort of character that gets majorly affected by co-op. And if you're struggling to do your inputs properly... Sorry, why do I keep saying co-op? If you're struggling to do your inputs properly on mobile, you'll struggle to do your inputs properly no matter who you play, right? And I don't think KINICH gets affected by mobile more than other characters. Who's better in floor 12 second half, KINICH or Verissa? I'd say KINICH. This Abyss is made to sell him. Vrisa's good though, but she's not as good, right? Burning is the best thing you can do against the Lava Dragon statue, and both burning and fast Night Soul attacks are the best thing you can do against the Void Shields, which means that this is an Abyss that was tailor-made for KINICH. I probably still clear faster with my Verisa, because my KINICH skill is level 8 and my Verisa is C1 or 3. But at equal investment, KINICH should be noticeably better in this Abyss. By the way, chat, I hope you're excited. Charity stream tomorrow. I really hope you guys are going to show up in hordes. I want to see everyone there tomorrow. Or 3 Sig. No, it's not Sig. It's Lost Prayers. But it's funny to say C1 or 3. Is there a set start time? Not really. It's gonna start around the same time as today, maybe a little bit earlier. Anything I can do to help as a broke viewer? If you wanna make like a neat looking like donation goal image that has like a list of the donation goal, the donation goals and like the incentives and shit, that would be helpful if you wanna help that way. Let me actually right now go change the thing that you guys convinced me to change yesterday. Add the boat as a reward. And let me go incentives, milestones. Let me also change one of the things from 200 to 250 because it looks weird visually to have 100, 200, 500. I think it'll look nicer if it's 250. Right, and let's change this to Boat Ride in Chenyu Vale. Alright, and now if you exclamation mark charity, I think. Wait, I'm not sure which one is the... No, it's exclamation mark aha. Yeah, exclamation mark aha. You'll get to the campaign page. Yeah, it looks a lot more clean at 250 instead of 200. Yeah, okay. And yeah, Zardo, if you wanna do something that I can post on Twitter with the donation goals, I'll also send you the list of the stretch goals I have prepared. Because I have goals past 1,000 if we manage to reach this. I don't want to be too conceited and assume that we'll reach it. Especially because, like, I don't know how to say this. I don't cultivate an audience with a, or I don't really have a, like, much of a donation culture in this stream, right? compared to other streams, I don't really incentivize donating or subscribing all that much. Oh yeah, load. Also, if you can disable the aha emote, that would be pog. What inspired you to pick the American Heart Association for a charity? They reached out to me. One thing that's annoying that I'll tell you guys about, I really wish I could have done it on the 30th instead of the 26th. Like, I understand that doing it on the 30th is probably not a good idea because everyone's gonna fucking be playing the Elden Ring DLC. But, whatever. I'll keep this yap for the stream itself. For tomorrow. But yeah, so the goals we have prepared right now, by the way, if we reach $100, you guys will get to vote for a character that we ban for a whole month. If we reach 250, I'll give Nick control over my Twitter and let him make one tweet for me. If we reach 500, you guys will get free hardos for a full minute. But be careful. Because it will be exactly 1 minute, and if you go 1 second over, you're gonna get banned. We're gonna ban Skirk. Okay, please don't ban one of the characters I'm gonna need to test Skirk. Begging. If that is what you guys decide to vote for, I will do it. Not Skirk. But if you guys ban Escoffier, I won't play Escoffier for a month. But that would be kind of cringe. Anyway, 750, boat ride in Chenyu Vale. And if we reach 1,000, you guys will unlock the Undertale stream. I also have a bunch of individual incentives. Right, if we go ! Donate. And we go to the donation link. If you donate $10 or more, and you select the UID review option, it'll tell you to leave your UID, and you can put your UID here, and everyone who donates $10 or more and selects this will get a UID review. I won't do it the day of, but it will be done. Maybe the next day, or if we get a lot over the next few days. If anyone wants to whale and wants to make a big donation for the charity, if you donate 250 or more, I'll do a full account review. Because we'll be playing some Balatro, you can also force me to sell a Joker. And I'll tell you guys right now, okay? One of the stretch goals is to turn the game in French until I win. And if you guys force me to sell Jokers, you can make that until I win last for a long ass time. So if you manage to reach that, that could be cool. But then on top of that, if you go to the poll option here, you can select any of my currently unbuilt characters that I could build. And whoever ends up being voted for the most is the next character I'll build. You guys can forced me to build a specific character. Right now, some of these characters are like half built. Like Lenny, for example, he's level 80, but I probably won't level him all the way ever. Triple crowned. I don't know if it'll be triple crowned, but we will crown relevant abilities. Like Kirara, I'd crown her skill. Anyways. I really hope you guys are going to show up for this. And hopefully we'll manage to raise a lot of money. What time is it? It'll be the same time as usual. We won't open directly with Belantro. We'll start with some Genshin stuff. We'll probably talk about any Skirk changes. Build, you know, like build up the audience with a clickbait, Skirk leakers stuff. And once we've built up the audience enough, we'll probably swap to Belantro. It's gonna be Monday? Yeah, it's gonna be Monday. Do the donations work through the website or through Twitch? It's through the website. I'll remove the donation button under my stream for the charity stream. Remind me, by the way, because I might forget. I'll remove it tomorrow so that people don't accidentally donate to me when they try to donate to charity. I feel fucking awful about that, dude. I can't really donate in my country. Is there anything else I can do? I mean, just showing up is going to be helpful. Zordo, I'll DM them to you. Because I changed a few things. These are the stretch goals. Don't tell anyone. And you can find the already revealed goals here. If you want to make it so that, like, you have all the, like, currently revealed goals and then, like, a mystery or question mark thing, whatever, on the next stretch goal. And then, like, how do I explain this? In the way I picture it in my mind is, like, you have, like, a progress bar, right? And you have all the goals. And then whatever yap for each of them. But then you have, like, I guess you'd have like up until this, and this would be 1,000, and then you'd have a 1,500 and then, like a question mark over it, or something like that, right? And then that would be what I post at the start. But then you'd have another one ready that I could post if we do reach this, where this one is revealed, and there's a question mark on the next one. You know? And you, like, multiple of these up until the last stretch goals. Will donos to the website still do TTS? They're supposed to, but I am not sure if it works well, because the overlay stuff is kind of a pain in the ass to figure out, honestly. It is supposed to, TTS. Okay, thank you for your help, Zardo. What if we go over all the goals? Bro, fucking twerk on stream. Like, I don't know, man. Like, we're not reaching that. Well, I don't think we're reaching the stretch goals, man. I'll come. No, like really. In reality, if we do manage to reach all of the stretch goals I have prepared, I'll come up with more stretch goals. But I don't think it's gonna happen. That was very optimistic for the stretch goals. There's no way we're reaching them. At least not all of them. We might reach a few though. Deal any Oilers. True.
Running late again.
I don't think you understand the amount of motivation you just gave chat. I mean, chat can have all the motivation they want, but if they're not a fucking millionaire, they're not gonna donate that much, you know? Maybe we've got a few oil magnates in chat. Perhaps. Who knows? We are wealthy tycoons, true. Just like me. Look at my wealth. Maybe add RM exercise for X dollars. Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna be an actual milestone, but I do plan on, towards the middle of the stream, declaring time when, if you donate during that time, I'll do one exercise for every X amount of dollars. But I don't know how many dollars I'll make it at yet. I'm not sure. One push-up per dollar? I don't think that's gonna work. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I'll survive that. Two push-ups per dollar, true. But also, it won't be only push-ups. It'll probably be a set of alternating exercises. Because, like, I'd rather do 20 push-ups, 20 squats, 20 curls over 60 push-ups, you know? If it's AHA related, cardio stuff like just running might make more sense. It does, but I don't have a treadmill. So I'm not just gonna fucking leave stream and go run outside. Anyways. You say the time of the stream. It should be... I'm not entirely sure when I'll start, because honestly, I am not a reliable person when it comes to waking up at the right time. But I should start around 10 or 11 EST, which is 2 or 3 hours ago, but tomorrow. If you're too lazy to do time zone conversion. Ready for a good sleep? Yeah. Yeah, I hope so. Have you recorded the Ask Zajef yet? No. In 20-ish hours? Yeah. 21-ish. 21, 22. Which I guess is 20-ish. Is there a reason you do early streams and not late night ones? It just works better for me to work during the day than to work at night. I'm more energetic. I'm more motivated as well. There is also the fact that there's less competition in this time zone, in this time slot. That's also part of the decision. But it is what it is. What is that? Alright, chat. I don't know if I want to move on to the Zajef KINICH yet, but we can do a chill Twitch exclusive generic Ask Zajef. Like I'm down to yap about meta. So if you guys have any questions, ask ahead, ask away. Especially if they're co-op related. But it's not limited to co-op stuff. A recommendable of a pull is Molani, if I'm okay with resetting a few times. I'd say even if you're okay with resetting a few times, Molani isn't necessarily going to be the best character for you to get. Because at C0 R0 stuff, Molani often doesn't actually have enough DPS to one-rotate. And as soon as you start needing 2 rotations, the gap between optimal Molani gameplay and other characters that are a lot easier becomes a lot smaller. And they end up clearing in a very similar amount of time. And Molani is a character that can get really hard countered by a lot of different enemy mechanics. Which means that she ends up having a lot of bad abysses for her. If you already have a few good teams and you're just looking for more different characters to diversify your gameplay experience, she can be pretty solid. But if you still don't have all your teams, all the teams that you need to have, I don't think I'd recommend Molani over some of the other carries. Even if you're willing to reset. When Molani works well, she works well. But the fact that she can get hard countered by enemy mechanics or enemy types, and that happens to her more often than it happens to other characters, in my eyes, makes her a bit less valuable compared to characters that are a bit more versatile. Do you think C6 Shenhe will be useful for Skirk? Useful, yes, but worth getting for Skirk? Fuck no. Shenhe's constellations, unfortunately, just aren't that good. Because her quills just aren't that good. Like, back in... When did Shenhe get released? Like 2.4? Some shit like that? I don't know when she came out. Back when Shenhe came out, carries were a lot weaker. And so the flat increase that Shenhe provided at C6 was massive compared to the damage the carries were already doing. But with carries getting stronger and stronger, and Shenhe's C6 buff staying the same, well, it's getting less and less valuable. Right now, I'd say that for fully whaled out stuff, Shenhe's C6 probably still is the best last slot. But that's just because there isn't another last slot that has an amazing constellation scaling. Honestly, maybe Yelan is better, actually. Remember when Raiden came out and she was OMG the most broken OP character ever to release? Now it's laughable. She was never like that. She was bat-chested a bit, sure, but she was not bat-chested here. What do you mean, Verissa? She's fun to play. There's honestly no other real reason. I just enjoy playing her. And on top of being fun to play, she's also really good for Overworld. So, yeah. When's Skirk pre-release dropping? Usually pre-release videos are posted either the day of or the next day after the live stream. So that I can use official footage in the background. And because that's usually the peak of when players are interested to know what the character does. It's the second peak. The first peak is when they get revealed for the first time. The live stream is the second peak. Why didn't people complain about Raiden the same way as Zhongli? Because Raiden was never bad. Right? She was fine. Zhongli was dog shit on release. Like, dog shit, dog shit. Like, you guys need to understand, Zhongli was worse than Diona on release. Especially because floor 12 when Zhongli came out was still the cryo floor, so Diona's cryo shield was really good. But like, Zhongli was bad on release. The main reason you use Zhongli nowadays is because of his res shred. He didn't have res shred when he came out. When Zhongli came out, the only thing he gave was... The only thing he gave was a shield. But his shield was significantly weaker because this was pre-shield mechanic change, when Geo shields work the same way as other shields and gave 250% efficiency against Geo damage and no increase against non-Geo damage, right? They later changed Geo shields to be 50% stronger to all types of damage instead of being stronger against Geo only. Yeah, that was also before Geo Resonance change. The Geo Resonance was weaker. His hold skill did not generate a pillar, which meant that he had no way to generate energy if you used him for his shield. His hold skill gave him no resistance to interruption during the cast. And it's a fairly long animation, so he would get cancelled out of it like constantly. Yeah, actually, a good way to think about Zhongli is Zhongli was like Dahlia if Dahlia didn't give attack speed when he came out. That's how bad he was. That character was ass, man. And then on top of that, he was the Archon of the region that represents China. In a game where a significant portion of their player base is Chinese. And that does business, that does a lot of its business in China. You compare that to Raiden, it's not even remotely close. You know? Like, release Zhongli was one of the worst characters they've ever released. The only reason why anyone thought he was decent at all is because we did not have a lot of shielders back then, and the other shielders we had were 4-star characters, and because it was still towards the start of the game, people weren't able to build that many characters yet, which meant that a lot of their 4-star shielders were not built. They thought Zhongli was good because he was literally the only shielder they had that they had invested in. They were comparing him to a level 50 Diona. Wasn't it only Diona? There was also Noelle. He was pretty similar to Noelle, actually. Anyways. How's Chevaliers in co-op with your 3 teammates running Power Electro, like Arlecchino versus Moika Coin? I mean, okay. Bennett is broken in co-op. You should always have someone on Bennett in co-op if you can. If you don't have access to Bennett, Chevaliers becomes a little bit worse because she doesn't get the Pyro Infusion anymore. But she also kind of becomes better because she's now buffing the damage of more characters. She's decent without Bennett. But she's a lot better with Bennett. I'm actually kind of curious how Chevaliers teams do with no Bennett. We can take a look. Okay, so if we lose the Bennett buff, we lose the damage percent from Bennett C6. Physical damage percent. Moika doesn't need it because she doesn't do any physical damage. Chevreuse doesn't get this for physical damage. Doesn't get this. Doesn't get this. She gets literally 0. Effective attack 3 is going to be D10. Yeah. And then Bennett is gone. I guess it's not going to be that bad, huh? And instead of Bennett, I guess you'd use Arlecchino. Maybe? We'd lose out on 15 damage percent as well. We'd lose out on the TOM set for everyone. I guess that's not bad. That's not that bad, actually. It's better than I expected, huh? I guess Javor's really is putting in the fucking work, huh? Although I do need to change this. Because it's physical damage, so it doesn't get the shred. With this, maybe full HP Chevreuse is better, so let's take a look at that. No. 500 DPS worse. Funny. It's very funny. There's very little healing / defensiveness here. Yeah, that's true. That's something you might be worried about. You're gonna die. Who else could you use? You could use Chlorine, I guess, but it wouldn't be all that different. Which weapon is Veresa here on? She should be on Flowing Purity. I guess it's harder to have her on Flowing Purity in this team without healing, huh? Javor's healing still happens, but it's not going to be full uptime. I suppose you need to change it then. I guess you just go Proto Amber at this point, so your team doesn't die like an idiot. That makes sense. So you're at like 75% of the DPS of using Bennett, which honestly isn't bad. Bennett is really broken. Is 100k DPS baseline for co-op? No. Think of it this way, alright? Enemies have 50% more HP if it's 150%, right? So you'd want 50% more DPS. 100k DPS baseline for co-op would be the equivalent of 66k DPS baseline for single player. Way I see it, a co-op team below 130k is meh. Between 130 and 180, it's pretty good. And above 180 is very good. Isn't 6k DPS the HP baseline based off the enemy HP like Cryo Automaton? assuming the enemies don't have any boss mechanics and don't stall at all and have default resistances, sure. Is that the case for any of the enemies in the New Abyss? Fuck no. Fuck no. My god. 66 to 70k is fine as a baseline? Well, not really. Bro, these enemies are fucking tanky, man. A team with 70k DPS, a KQM investment, is probably not clearing the new mode unless you have constellations or SIGs. Unless it's like the perfect matchup. Like a mono cryo team at 70k DPS against the new cryo boss. Maybe. What's the highest DPS team you found? So far, the highest I've looked at was Chevreuse with Maoika Verissa. But I haven't looked at all the teams I expect to be the strongest because I was more curious about the teams where I didn't know yet of how good they were going to be. So I don't think it's going to be the strongest, but it will be one of the stronger ones for sure. You haven't looked at boss-specific teams yet? No, not yet. But honestly, the fact that there's boss-specific mechanics is part of the reason why I rate Escaffier fairly highly. Just looking at the DPS for the cryo teams that are like freeze and like mono cryo, it's pretty underwhelming. But we know there's going to be boss mechanics that force you into specific elements. And if you're forced into cryo, Escaffier is the fucking go. You know? Can't wait for them to add We Nut in this mode. 7 mil HP We Nut. Oh boy. Honestly, this might be a hot take, but I think We Nut would be a good boss in that mode. Because a lot of the annoying shit with We Nut is because the fight is really short. Bosses in content that has a set time limit, right? Instead of just being you need to clear as fast as possible so you have as much time as possible for your other side, it's you need to clear within 120 seconds, right? And a lot of the time, RNG stuff gets normalized with longer fights. And 120 seconds, I think, is enough to normalize most RNG patterns for a lot of the bosses. And I think We Nut falls under that. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. You know, I'm actually curious about something. What happens what the fuck? Why the hell did something change here? Oh. Oopsie. There you go. There, okay. Okay, I'm actually really curious as to what happens if you ditch Shovelers and you replace her for an Animo unit here instead of ditching Bennett. We lose this. 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 That's it for the attack loss. We're not gonna have Noblesse anymore. Oh, we'll change these stats later anyways. And we're not gonna have the 10 damage percent I assumed from Showa C6. Okay. And we're not gonna have the shred, obviously. Wait, no, we do have the shred. I'm an idiot. Because we get VV. Alright. Okay. First of all, that's really funny. Losing Chevelers and not replacing her with anything is as impactful to your team DPS as replacing Bennett with a carry. That's hilarious. That's so funny. My god. That's really funny. Anyways, let's look at Chaska stuff. Chaska. $347 plus, well, weapon do we give her here? Probably Sign of the Blazing Sun. 565. Attack percent. So, attack main stat times 2. Noblesse, substats, power resonance. This was a weapon. This is gone. Flat attack, total attack. Damage percent. She's on VV, so her pyro damage percent is 15. I'll need a third damage percent, won't I? Damage percent 3. Uh, 15. What else do you get for pyro damage percent? I guess you get the 40 from Barissa. Am I really gonna need to add another 2? I am. Aww, I hate Chaska calcs. Can I just pretend like we have the 15 electro damage too? It's not gonna make that big of a difference. Maybe I just average it to 10. Yeah, that's fine. We average it to 10. I can't be bothered, man. I'm not giving her 5 different damage percent for 5 different types of damage. I can't be bothered. But I do need to add the second EM multiplier for swirl damage. Oh, I hate Chaska. Alright, 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 18.4 times 2. Alright. Wait, this is also 10 plus 40. And then here we also get 35% from her passive. Right? Yeah. And this is Animo damage. Yeah. And this is charge attack damage, but does this get affected by this? No, it doesn't. Alright. Good. Multiplier. I hate how sometimes whatever. Gonna be 10. Alright. Reaction 1. Reaction 2. Alright. Alright, Shining, okay. Did I not do a Chaska calc at some point? Probably, but I'm, whatever. I can't be bothered. No, I will find it. I will find it. I will find it. I will find it. It'll save me time if I find it. Where did it go? I might have Control-Z'd it. Ah, shit. I think I Control-Z'd it. Aww. We're cooked. We're cooked. Alright. Well, it's 283.2 times so we get 3 guaranteed times 4. Then the fourth one is 2 out of 3. That happens 5 times. And then 1 additional guarantee from that. Plus the passive that happens 1.5 times. Every 16 seconds. Every 9 seconds. I did have something for Chaska. I still had... Okay, I was using 17, so let's do 17. 17-second rotations. Is doing a template the equivalent of crafting condensed resin? Yeah, pretty much. You get it. You completely understand. And then this is 351.6 times 6. Like, you truly get it. And then this is 149.6 plus 102 plus 83% times. You get 2 guaranteed on each one times 5 plus 1 out of 3 on each one times 5. Why? Why did you decide to do that out of nowhere? Alright, number of overloads. She pretty much guarantees herself a bunch of overloads, right? Probably 6. Swirls. She ends up applying Animos 7 times. But sometimes it'll be on a non-element, so let's do, like, 5 swirls. Okay. That makes sense, but I did forget the damage percent from Sign of the Blazing Sun. Wait, did I also forget the crit? No, I did not. Okay, cool. So it is worse than Chevreur's, but it's not that bad. Is Shazka on VV in this seed? Yeah, you want to see what happens if we don't put her on VV? I'll show you. Team DPS goes down by 15%. Her DPS is a tiny little bit higher, but everyone else's DPS goes down the drain. Yeah. The biggest advantage of a team like this is that you get to... Or you're not restricted to Pyro and Electro anymore. So you get to use Farina if you want, but... Using 2 supports isn't that good. And Farina is a lot... it does a lot less than Bennett does for your teams. Her main advantage is that she works for everyone, whereas Bennett doesn't. But if the carries you're using are carries that like Bennett, you'd rather use Bennett. I'm actually kind of curious. What if, instead of Bennett, we put Arlecchino here? Something's gonna go wrong if I do this, but... We just gotta fix it real quick. I'm gonna put her back on VV. Oopsie. Alright, and then we gotta fix this as well. Yeah, alright. Then we remove the Bennett buff. This still had the Chevreuse buff, so we gotta make sure that's gone. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Oopsie. There we go. Okay. We gotta remove the Bennett buff on everyone. Goodbye. 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 We gotta remove the Paro Bennett C6 buff on everyone. Alright. Oh, interesting. Without Bennett, the Chaska version beats the Chevreuse version. I guess that makes sense. Because Chevreuse's damage goes down so much if you don't have Bennett. So she becomes a lot less valuable. And Chaska doesn't get affected by it as much. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, wait, but we don't have a healer anymore here. I didn't adjust for that, right? Proto Amber Versa it is. It's still a tiny little bit better, but it's pretty much the same now. Oh boy. Alright. Anyways, I don't remember what the question was, but hopefully that answered the question that was asked like 30 minutes ago. You guys have any other questions? Chatters? Why Proto Amber Versa? For the healing. Having a team healer is nice when you're in co-op because anyone that gets hit needs healing. And you now have 4 people that need to dodge instead of only 1. So generally, people will tend to get hit more often. So healing is gonna matter a bit more. And when you don't have a healer on your team, sacrificing like 5% of your team DPS in order to get a bunch of healing from Proto Amber is gonna tend to be worth it. Especially in a team like this, where Veresa's solo Electro, so she actually might end up running out of energy to get her mini bursts, and Proto Amber is gonna make that completely, like, it's gonna make it so that it never happens. Would Bennett be relevant for Hu Tao in co-op, and if so, would he require a higher base attack weapon like Aquila, Misplitter, etc.? Relevant, yes, but important, no. Think of Hu Tao as one of the pyro payoffs you can use in your pyro reaction teams that is the least reliant on Bennett. Other pyro carries all are very reliant on Bennett. Hu Tao a bit less so. And so if you're playing a team that isn't focused around using Bennett, if you're doing something like Farina Neuvillette, for example, where Bennett isn't really increasing their damage, Hu Tao can be a good pyro unit to use there. What is the best fourth slot? It kind of depends, because ideally you'd want to use a VV character, but it might be rough to get your swirls on both elements on a VV character in a team like that. And so practically, I think Shilonen won't be that much worse. Aoife, true. Alright, Chaska last slot is generally going to be the best, but you can also use Wanderer Chao. Is this going to be worth it at only 3 stacks? In co-op, no. In single player, sometimes, but generally not particularly. If I have exactly 2 friends who play Genshin with me, does only having 3 people change anything? It makes it so Yeonsan is playable instead of being the worst character in the game. But generally it doesn't change that much, because when you look at the strong teams, most of them end up using at least 1 support. And usually those supports don't lose that much if you off-field them. There isn't that much difference between 3-player and 4-player co-op. There's a few characters that become a lot worse, like Sarah, for example, right? The supports that work well in co-op because of their field time requirements, like Sarah. But for most characters, not much changes. Alright, chat. I think it might be time for the KINICH Ask Zajef.
Deal. I'm in.
Deal. Alright, chat. Let me go make a community post real quick. Hello, beautiful people. KINICH's rerun is here. Shut the fuck up, Ahal, please. I'll be recording the KINICH Ask Zajef today. So come ask your questions on Twitch if you have any. Link in
Here's how I
replies.
allocate my energy on a job. 70% goes to investigating, 10% to making a final decision,
And yeah, Discord mods if you want to
execution.
make a ping on Discord for that as well. .6e demo. I wonder how. Okay, wait. KINICH 6E. Can I even find footage by looking it up like that? No.
I'm not the friend to come to for words of comfort or encouragement.
No, I cannot.
But when
How
it
the
comes
fuck
to
am I
learning
supposed to look it up to find it?
ask away.
I can send you one? Sure. Sure. Do that. Maybe we grind out the 6E. Oh, God. That looks so fucking hard. And I can't do it against this because the hitbox is too fucked. I'm not even gonna try to aim it properly. Like, it's fine if I miss. I just want to do 6. I don't know if I can.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Oh, that's already bad. I held it a bit too early. I wasn't full Night Soul.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Man, we're already fucked. Yeah, we're cooked. We're so cooked.
Your journey solidify. Ends here, Lord
Light it
of
up.
Sand.
I got him cornered.
Is ready.
Oh, we're cooked.
Claim these souls.
So fucking hard, man. We'll try to be as close to him as possible. So we can kind of cheat.
Stabilize here, Lord
Burn
of
it down.
Sand.
Locked on.
Sacrifice is ready.
Oh, we're fucked. Three E's before bursting is easier in my experience. I see.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Rise
of
with the-
Sand.
I got him cornered.
Sacrifice is ready.
Fuck. Bad RNG. Spawned on the wrong side. Cooked.
Your journey ends here,
Light it up.
Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
No, we fucked it up already. We'll be here for quite a while, yes sir. We will be here for quite a fucking while.
Journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
Locked on.
Sacrifice is ready.
Yeah, we're cooked already.
Claim these souls.
Glory to which none can compare. Especially not when I'm in a bad.
Your journey ends here,
Burn
Lord
it
of
down.
Sand.
Target acquired.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Bad RNG.
Bow before your king. Glory to which.
You're getting closer? Real. Almost there. Real.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Light it
of
up.
Sand.
Locked
Your
on.
sacrifice is ready.
Claim these souls.
Glory to which none can compare.
Dude.
Especially not when I'm in a bad mood.
That was just 5, right? So fucking hard.
Your Your journey ends here, Lord
Burn it
of
down.
Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Bad RNG. Bad RNG again.
Shadow of the past, mind to command.
Submit your soul.
I'll try something.
Here, Lord
Rise
of
with the
Sand.
Target acquired.
Sacrifice is ready.
No. Am I cooking? Am I onto something? Am I onto something?
Your journey ends here, Lord of
Burn
Sand.
it down.
I got him cornered.
Sacrifice is ready.
Full glory. Praise dragon.
I don't think I am. I'll try one last time, but get 5 without ult. That's not too hard.
Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Target acquired.
2, 3, 4,
Shadow of the past, mind to command.
5.
Glory to which
We were so close. We actually almost got there. Maybe that's actually the play.
Here, Lord of Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Nah, it's not. It's because this removes the RNG. But I don't know if it's actually possible to do it.
Here, Lord of Sand.
Target acquired.
Sacrifice is ready.
For the Lord of the Night.
the dead will blaze dragon.
Like, I like trying this because it removes the RNG, but I don't know if... I think it might be a little bit too tight.
Your journey ends
Solidify.
here, Lord of
Light
Sand.
it up.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Alright, we're already fucked. Okay. Because you gotta hold it, like, almost frame perfect, but if it's, like... If you don't hold it for long enough, you just don't do the short hold.
Journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
I got him cornered.
Sacrifice is ready.
2, 3, 4, 5. Oh! So fucking close! Oh my, okay. It might be doable like this. Low FPS, does that actually help?
Lord of Sand.
Locked on.
Sacrifice is ready.
Shadow of the past, mind to command.
I didn't do the short hold at the end.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
Target acquired.
Sacrifice is ready.
That's not it.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Burn
of
it down.
Sand.
I got him cornered.
Sacrifice is ready.
We're cooked already.
Claim these souls.
We're cooked already.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
We need to get the first burning tick proc right after the first cannon shot, not right before.
Your journey ends
Solidify.
here,
At least you're consistently getting 5. I'm consistently getting 5 because I'm not aiming properly.
journey ends here.
Rise with the
Sad. Your sacrifice is ready.
Bow before your king. The dead would bleed.
Like, I'm missing half of them. Not half of them, but I'm missing enough that it would be better not to do this for me, but oh well.
Your journey
This is also an enemy on which it's pretty easy to aim.
Got him cornered.
sacrifice is ready.
Wait.
Oh, glory. Your soul.
So fucking... That was it. That was it, but I fucked it up. Because I went the wrong way. Oh,
Your journey
I went the wrong way. If I didn't go the wrong way...
sacrifice is ready.
Shadow of the past, mind to command.
Dude, that would have been it. Because I actually got the burning tick at the right time.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Bow before your king.
I think the burning tick matters more
Your journey
than the
here, Lord.
right direction.
Your sacrifice is ready.
No, that was awful.
Your journey ends here, Lord of
Light it
Sand.
up.
Your sacrifice is ready.
For the Lord of the Night.
Submit your soul. Sacrifice.
So close.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Burn
of
it down.
Sand.
Target acquired.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Shadow of the past, mind to command.
Submit your soul. Sacrifice.
Really, really close. We're getting closer, but
Your journey ends
we're still not there.
Light it up.
Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
I fucked it up.
Oh, glory. Your soul.
I fucked it up at the end. That was it. Ha! My short hold was too slow.
Your journey ends here,
Burn
Lord
it.
of Sand.
Target acquired.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Mm.
Shadow of the past, mind to command.
Glory to it.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Don't try to do 2 on the second one. I gotta remember that.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Rise
of
with
Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
For the Lord of the Night.
Ah, we're cooked. That was it, but I fucked up.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Burn
of
it down.
Sand.
I got him cornered.
Sacrifice is ready.
Oh, glory.
No! I believe. I started this thinking I probably wouldn't get it. I think I'll get it.
Journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
Target acquired.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Oh, okay. I got... My Q input didn't go through. My Q input didn't go through.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Rise
of
with the
Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
We're fucked.
Claim these souls.
4. It was full! I would have had it! If I hadn't put in my E!
Your journey ends here, Lord
Light
of
it up.
Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Before your king.
Oh, we're cooked. You better include the successful attempt. Yeah. Don't you worry about that.
Journey ends here, Lord of
Rise.
Sand.
I got him cornered.
Sacrifice is ready.
Oh, fucked up.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Light it
of
up.
Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Oh, already fucked it up. Burning tick was too early.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Rise
of
with-
Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
For the Lord of the Night.
So close, so close, so close, so close. I think I need to do 2 inputs there.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
That was bad. I just need to be more... I just need my inputs to be a bit tighter on the way there, I think.
Journey ends here,
Burn it down.
Lord of
I
Sand.
got him cornered.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Oh, that's already a fail.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Light it
of
up.
Sand.
Target acquired.
Sacrifice is ready.
We're cooked. We got bad RNG. Wouldn't Toma burn have better consistency? I mean, going from 100% burning uptime to 100% burning uptime will not change anything.
Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
It's not like the burning aura is ever disappearing.
Your journey ends here,
Light it up.
Lord of Sand.
Target acquired.
Your sacrifice is ready.
I think the first one has to be frame perfect.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Otherwise the tick happens before. Because I don't think it's RNG. I think it's just at set intervals from when you use the skill.
Here, Lord
Rise
of
with the-
Sand.
Target acquired.
Sacrifice is ready.
I missed it like fucking 5 times in a row though. I'm getting pissed off.
Journey ends here, Lord
Light it
of
up.
Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Okay. Dude, I'm getting so pissed off. Why do I keep missing it?
Your journey ends here, Lord
Rise
of
with-
Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Claim these souls.
That was awful. We need to do it on the third one. The second one is a little cooked on timing. Or maybe we try to do it on the last one.
Your journey ends here,
Light it
Lord
up.
of Sand.
Target acquired.
Your sacrifice is ready.
But we need to have a good start. And that was not a good start.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Burn
of
it.
Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
I didn't short hold. I didn't short hold. That was it. Oh! Oh! Wait! That was 6, right? And without a short hold? Wait, was that 6 or did I miscount? That was 6, right? I can count to 6, right?
Your journey
Okay, let's see if we can get it twice in a row.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Nope. That was actually close, though. My god. We almost got it twice in a row.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
But I did like 3 short holds by accident. We're cooked.
Claim these souls.
We fucked up the second one.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
Target acquired.
Sacrifice is ready.
This is already over. You absolutely need to get the first one right. I think once you do, the rest is a lot easier. But getting the first one right seems borderline RNG with how tight the timing is.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Light
of
it up.
Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
We're cooked.
For the Lord of the Night.
The first one was good, but the second one was ass.
Your
At least we're getting 5 pretty consistently.
Target acquired.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Shadow of the past.
We got bad RNG like 3 times in a row. Aim it. Yeah, I mean, we're not trying to aim it right now. If we did, we would not be able to get 6. I'll tell you that much.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
We're cooked.
Claim these souls.
I think it's easier to do it with burst on the last one, because getting your E input after the burst is hard if you need to short hold. But if you can just tap, you get to just mash E.
Your journey
So I think doing it after the last one is the easiest one.
sacrifice is ready.
We're cooked. My god, I fucked it up so bad. We need to get it at least one more time, man.
Ends here, Lord of Sand.
I got him cornered.
Sacrifice is ready.
Okay. Fuck you, I guess. Is it possible to do it consistently? I think it is.
Your journey ends here,
Burn
Lord
it
of
down.
Sand.
Target acquired.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Not like that. But I don't think I'm good enough for it. I think the inputs are way too tight.
Rise.
I got him cornered.
Your sacrifice is ready.
We're cooked.
Oh, glory. Glory to
We're completely cooked. One player in Genshin rank can do it consistently? Yeah. And like, fucking Albert Einstein is good at physics. Like,
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
we're cooked.
now before
That was bad. Fuck. How much did you gain with that? Yeah, about 20%, yeah.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
I think that's
Lord of
it.
the Night.
What? That should have been it. That should have been it. I feel like that one should have went through. I was probably like 1 or 2 frames off.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Burn
of
it.
Sand.
Target acquired.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Okay, fuck you, I guess.
Your journey ends here, Lord
Light
of
it up.
Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Claim these
We were not getting 6 here.
your soul.
Why not ult earlier? Because of what just happened. you can't pre-buffer a hold E after your ult, which means you have to start holding E at the perfect moment, and you can't mash E after ult, because if you do, you'll get a tap E. But it's fine if the last E is a tap E, so personally, I prefer doing burst after the 5th E. That way, if you get the 6th one, you'll get it by tapping. I think it's a lot easier that way.
Ends here, Lord of Sand.
I got him cornered.
Sacrifice is ready.
Shadow of the past, mine to command.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Oh, we're already cooked. Completely cooked. At least I'm able to actually get 5 E's reliably without the burst now. Well, reliably, if I'm not trying to aim them.
Ends here, Lord of Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Shadow of the past, mine to command.
If I'm trying to aim them, that's asking for too much, though.
Your journey ends here,
Burn it
Lord
down.
of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Bow before your king. Submit your soul.
Almost.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
I got him cornered.
Sacrifice is ready.
Already cooked. Started holding E too early.
Your journey ends here,
Light it up.
Lord of Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
That was bad.
Claim these souls.
Submit your soul.
How about our KINICH artifacts? The artifacts are good, but this is not a full team.
Your journey
I'm not trying to kill the enemy, I'm trying to show a combo. If the enemy dies, I won't be able to show the combo. We're cooked. I don't think I caught it. I think the second one needs to be close to frame perfect too. I think after that you're fine though. But maybe not, I don't even know.
here, Lord of Sand.
Target acquired.
Your sacrifice is ready.
I fucked up.
For the Lord of the Night.
It's so hard!
Your journey ends here, Lord
Rise.
of Sand.
I got him cornered.
Sacrifice is ready.
No, we're cooked. We went the wrong way. Aww. I wonder if the burning tick timing changes if we have a second Deno character on the team and the burning starts earlier. I don't think we landed a single E there, by the way. My god. Anyways, I wanna check.
Your journey ends here,
Neutralize.
Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Doesn't seem like it changed anything.
Oh, glory. Your soul.
Your journey ends here,
Extract.
Lord of Sand.
Rise with the
Target acquired.
Is ready. Pound into the ground.
Yeah, doesn't seem like it changes anything.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
I don't think I got it, but I'm close. Yeah. I want to get it at least one more time, dude. But I've been on this for what, like 30 minutes now? I don't know. I don't actually know how long.
Journey ends here.
I'm kind of getting tired of mashing my E.
Sacrifice is ready.
Oh, we're cooked already. My god, that was terrible. Okay, you know what? We already have the fucking footage. Whatever. Alright, chat. I think it's time. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Just for the editors, I got the 6E combo like what, 10 minutes ago ish. I don't know if anyone wants to clip it and send it in chat so that the editors can find it more easily. Oh, okay, thanks. Alright, it's already, so you've got the clip, so it'll be easy to find it. Okay, use business. Alright. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. Wow, that was... What the fuck is going on with my hair? Try again. What the fuck was that? Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To the KINICH Ask Zajef! That's right. KINICH is getting his rerun. We've already talked about him a little bit in the banner review, but we will talk about him quite a bit more in this video. And boy, do we have things to say about KINICH. As usual for the Ask Zajef videos, I start by talking about the overall place in the meta of a character, their pull value, all that good stuff, and then I move on to taking more specific questions from chat. If you want to ask one of your questions for the Ask Zajef, you can come follow me on Twitch. If you want to try to catch one of these live. And if you're someone who doesn't use Twitch very much, I also usually make a community post right before I start recording, so you'll be able to find out that way. In any case, let's talk about KINICH. KINICH is truly a character of all time. I've recently started using the Hyperbloom check and the Neuvillette check as good benchmarks for character power level. And where the idea is, because Hyperbloom is pretty easy to build and pretty easy to play, and often can have, maybe not their strongest teams, but pretty viable versions of their teams built with characters that are really easily accessible. If a team's DPS is lower than Hyperbloom, then it's not a very good team, and you should only ever go for characters in that team if you really, really like them, and you will play them even if you struggle in Abyss and other endgame content. If a team passes the Hyperbloom check and does more DPS than that, then as long as things are going well, you'll probably be able to clear most endgame content. But it will require pretty strong builds if they just barely pass it. The Neuvillette check is... Well, if a team does less damage than Neuvillette's good teams, it can be a meta team, but it will probably never be an optimal one, unless there's something hyper-specific that heavily encourages a specific carry, like Leyline Disorders that give 75 Dendro skill damage for KINICH, for example. If a character passes the Hyperbloom check, they can actually be some of the strongest characters when the ley lines and enemies, like specific enemies, are good for them. Even if they don't pass the Neuvillette check. But if they don't pass the Hyper Bloom check, usually they still won't be competitive with the strong meta teams, even with favorable ley lines. Teams that pass the Neuvillette check are teams that, even without ley lines, will sometimes be the strongest possible option based on enemy lineup and stuff like that. KINICH is an interesting character because sometimes... Okay, he always passes the Hyper Bloom check, assuming that you're playing him in his good teams, right? He passes the Hyper Bloom check, but he can go from barely passing the Hyper Bloom check to actually passing the Neuvillette check, depending on how good you are. KINICH is one of the characters that actually has skill expression in his gameplay. When you look at recently released characters, at least carries, Verissa does have some skill expression in terms of her rotations, but the like mechanical gameplay is easy, right? You press E, and then you mash your mouse one, and then you press E again, and you mash your mouse one. Honestly, it's incredibly easy to do Verissa's combos. Remembering which combo to do and understanding when you should do which combo can be a barrier. That can make her a bit more difficult to play, but executing the combos is trivial. Maoika, while executing the combos isn't trivial, usually, as long as you understand what you're supposed to do, it won't be too difficult. Molani, it's not that she's difficult to play, it's that she sucks to play. It's not that it's gonna be difficult to get the right things, it's that the enemies will prevent you from doing it. Chaska, if you release your... Actually, let me go show it in Abyss. If you can release your charge attack a little bit early and still get all 6 bullets. And if you do that, you can end up getting a couple additional bullets on a 5th shot. Instead of the 4 shots that she gets by default. Right, by default, if you just hold, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 Animo shots on the last one. But the Animo shots are worthless, so the Animo shots don't really matter.
Your journey ends here.
But something you can do...
Your sacrifice is ready.
My first one there was wrong, but the second one and the third one were good. You can release your charge attack a little bit earlier and still get the last bullet. But the timing for it isn't particularly generous.
Ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
But if you do that, you can end up getting, generally, 1 or 2 additional Shining Shadowhunt shells, right, elemental infused bullets, on a 5th charge shot. The thing is, that's only 1 or 2 more useful bullets when you're already getting 16. 17.5 if you include her Ascension passive. And so the increase in motion value is pretty minor, right? Even if you exclude the Animo damage entirely, and you exclude the burst as well, and you exclude the Ascension passive, 2 more when you're already getting 16, right? Because 4 infused bullets per charge shot, and a default of 4. It's a 10% increase, 12%, right? In KINICH's case, with good gameplay, you can get more scale spiker cannons. And the upper limit is actually 6. By default, general KINICH gameplay gets you 4. If you get 6... $50%. 50% more fucking damage on this goddamn character. That's a lot. It's not actually 50%, because usually the combo that does 6 does a little bit less normal attacks. Back to normal. The combo that does 6 does a little bit less normal attacks. Like, not actual normal attacks, but like the mini shots, the pew-pews in between the cannon shots. And it doesn't account for the burst damage, and you might have your buffs expire. But even with all of that, it's still a pretty big fucking difference. And I really want to emphasize that 50% more damage is a massive deal. It's not actually 50%, but it's like somewhere between 30 and 40. That's a lot. That's a very, very large number. The thing is, doing 6 is goddamn impossible. Alright? From what I understand, it doesn't seem like it's RNG. It seems like it's something that you can do even if your zone spawns on the wrong side, as long as you're frame perfect with your inputs. But it's hard. I've been trying to do it for a little bit, for about 30 minutes. More or less. And I managed to get 6 cannons one time. I'm not the best player. There are many, many players that are better than me. You know, I have a decent amount of knowledge on Genshin, but mechanically, I'm awful. And I know that there are people that are able to get 6E reliably. But I don't think it's a lot of people. And the reality is that the time I managed to get 6, I'm pretty sure 3 of them just missed the enemy entirely. Because I was focusing only on getting the right amount and not on actually aiming the skill. And 6E is something you can only do if you hold your E instead of tapping it. And when you hold your E, you have to aim it. But you have to hold it for as short of a duration as possible, otherwise you won't get 6. And your camera movement is janky as hell while you're spinning around on KINICH. Which makes it really, really easy to start missing your E's if you try to go for 6. To the point where, even if you're not trying to go for 6, if you're just trying to go for 5, it can also be difficult to land all of them while doing it fast enough that you get 5. Usually, KINICH calcs tend to assume either 4 or 5 E's. And personally, I tend to assume 4 E's for most of my stuff. I think that assuming that you can get 4 E's when you don't have your burst up, and 5 E's when you do, is pretty reasonable. Getting 5 E's without the burst is a decent amount more difficult. But I can still do it reliably if I don't focus on aiming. And getting 6 E's is borderline impossible. It's like bordering on like requiring you to be almost frame perfect. Yeah, I can remove the co-op overlay. You're right, sorry. I don't think it's ping related, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't tested it enough to be entirely sure about it. Anyway, that's a lot of yapping about multiple E's on KINICH, but it's important in order to contextualize how strong he is in the meta, because, well, obviously, if a character is like doing 30 to 40% more damage when you play him better, he'll be a lot stronger and a lot more prominent in the meta when you are able to get that. If KINICH could reliably do 6E, I would say that he would probably hover in between, in terms of like overall power, not in terms of DPS, in between the cluster of Nevillet Maoika and the cluster of whatever the next best carries are. At 5 E's, I think he's within that second cluster, if not slightly below. And at 4 E's, I think he's noticeably below. 4E KINICH does not pass the Nevillet check. 5E KINICH is you know, it's teetering on the Nevillet check. It's like kinda there. And 6E KINICH does pass it. But obviously, it's hard as hell. In terms of how useful KINICH is for an account, honestly, it's kind of hard to tell, because Hoyo, and this is something I've mentioned in the banner review, Hoyo is starting to focus their endgame content a lot more on elemental checks. They are making it more and more so that bosses require a specific strategy to tackle. Whether that strategy is like a specific team, a specific element, a specific character. And that creates a situation where a character like KINICH can actually be your strongest option in specific abysses. Such as this one. This abyss, like I said, has 75 Dendro skill damage, and because KINICH's damage is mostly skill damage, that's basically 75 damage % for all his kit. But on top of that, the Lava Dragon statue is an enemy that is really annoying to deal with, because in order to... it starts with really high resistances, and in order to reduce those resistances, you have to apply pyro to it. Once you've applied enough pyro, it goes to its second phase, and during that second phase, he has much higher resistance to pyro than other elements. And then you need to keep applying pyro to get it to its third phase when it goes down and you can damage it properly. The thing is, during that second phase, you can deal damage, even if it's not as much as when it's down, with elements other than pyro. And that creates a situation where the optimal teams for the Lava Dragon statue are teams that hit with pyro a bunch, but do their damage through a different element. And as it turns out, KINICH teams that apply burning, which ticks with pyro very quickly, and that also have all-field pyro characters that are dealing pyro damage, fill up the Lava Dragon bar to knock it down very quickly, while also having most of their damage being Dendro. And therefore they're still able to do reasonable damage in the second phase. So KINICH, really, really good matchup against the Lava Dragon statue. Similarly, the Void Shields are pretty much tailor-made for KINICH. The best way, or Void Shields are something that you break through elemental hits, not elemental application. So the characters that hit the fastest are the best. And on top of that, Natlan characters are 3 times as effective because Knights of the Line damage is 3 times as effective against Void Shields. And that means that characters that hit fast with, or Natlan characters that hit fast with elemental attacks, shred Void Shields. The Natlan characters that hit the fastest are KINICH and Chaska, but then on top of that, in KINICH's case, he's also getting Burning, which is additionally taking down the Void Shield. Basically, the enemies in this Abyss are perfect for KINICH's teams, and the ley line is really good for him. And the problem is that it seems like this is not a one-time thing. It seems like Hoyo is trying to move their endgame content in a direction where they'll be doing this for whatever the rate-up characters are. Abysses have always tended to be more favorable to the banner characters, but in recent months, it's gotten a lot more blatant and a lot more impactful. And the thing is, right now, that's a really good Abyss for KINICH, but the next one probably won't be. I can actually check what the next one is. I don't remember what the next one is. Next Abyss is okay for KINICH. Worthless Leyline, but the enemy's matchups aren't that bad if you play him on the first side. But it's not a favorable one, at the very least. Actually, no. You're cooked. This guy has a bunch of Dendro resistance. Yeah, no, this Abyss is ass for KINICH, isn't it? Oh, boy. The very next Abyss, cooked for KINICH. Because KINICH's teams are not going to have a good time against this guy that almost forces you to build cryo teams. But they also won't have a great time against a 5 million HP enemy with 70% Dendro resistance. And on the following Abyss, same problem. Except now the Yumkasor has 5.6 million instead of 5.2. And what that means is that it's not just something for KINICH, right? But as a general rule, I'd say that the carries that are a bit more appealing are carries that will have good matchups. Like, if you care only about meta, you are someone who has Neuvillette, who has Mawika, the most appealing carries for you are going to be carries that have good matchup against the content that counters Neuvillette and the content that counters Mawika. And content that favors KINICH is often pretty doable with Mawika. Which makes it so that he's not necessarily going to be my #1 recommendation. But he won't be awful either, and just because it's still doable with Mawika doesn't mean it's great for Mawika, like the Lava Dragon statue, right? You can do it with Mawika, but because of how annoying it is when you have Hydro and Cryo characters on your team, Mawika is worse than she usually is. And unfortunately, KINICH doesn't have the upside of having strong no Bennett teams. Which... it's not just Bennett, actually. In my opinion, in the current landscape of the meta, because Nevilette and Maoika are so much more powerful than the other carries, it becomes pretty impactful, especially with content coming out soon that requires 3 teams, to have a good third team that does not want the same units as Bennett and Maoika. And... or sorry, as Nevilette and Maoika. Basically, carries that don't rely on Farina or Bennett, in my eyes, are gonna gain a lot of value from next patch's endgame content that requires 3 teams. And unfortunately, KINICH's no Bennett teams tend to not be the best. It's still usable with the Ansan, but without Bennett or Maoika, it does start being worse. And that's something where characters like Verissa and Arlecchino, in my eyes, tend to gain value. Right? Because you can use both of these characters in Chevreur's teams with Eon-san, and then either Xiangling or Fischl. Right, Xiangling with her and Fischl with her. And have no overlap with your premium Maoika and Nevilette teams. With all of that being said, there's a lot of people that don't like Maoika, or don't like Nevilette, or don't care about meta so much that it's the only factor that affects who they pull for. So, if you are someone who likes KINICH, somehow, I don't know what's wrong with you, but whatever. Or, if you think Ahau's the GOAT, because you have taste, and you are an intelligent viewer, how cooked are you trying to force KINICH in different pieces of content? Honestly, you're fine. Except for the next 2 abysses that are, like, kind of bad for him. Like, a 5 mil HP Dendro-resistant enemy is kind of... it's a lot, man. It's a lot. And Secret Source Automaton with KINICH teams is also a lot. Although, technically, KINICH teams can slot in Escoffier, so I guess it's not completely cooked, but it's not the best. Anyways, that's gonna be it for overview of his place on the meta. So let's move on to specific questions from chat. As usual, if you are watching this live, make sure you @ me in your questions so I know which messages are questions for the video and which ones aren't. Yeah, let's go ahead. How the hell do you build a KINICH team? You put KINICH, you put Bennett, and then you put 2 of these 3 units. If you don't have these 2 units, you can use Xiangling or Toma or whatever other pyro you want. You can also do this, but honestly, KINICH teams without a healer tend to be a massive pain in the ass, because dodging incoming damage with KINICH tends to fuck over your DPS quite a bit. Actually, before we take any more questions, there is something I want to talk about. One thing that I think is important to know if you play KINICH and you want to get better at getting multiple, or at getting 5 or even 6 E's, is you need to remember, or at least you should remember, that just because your Night Soul bar isn't full does not mean that you should necessarily use a normal attack. Normal attacks fill up your bar, but you have to finish the animation before you can input a cannon. Which means if your bar is almost full, sometimes it's better to just stare at the enemy for a third of a second.
Your journey ends here.
Or dash towards your...
Sacrifice is ready.
like here? Oops.
Claim these souls.
Almost got 6. If I didn't yap, I think I would have gotten 6.
Your journey ends here.
Rise with the
Lord
sun.
of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Right, here, if you do a second one,
Pound into the ground.
then get 5 here. If you do a second one, it can lock you into the normal attack animation for a bit too long, which can end up slowing down your next cannon shot. And if you get 4 cannon shots instead of 5 because of that, that's a massive DPS loss.
Your journey ends here. Lord
Light it
of
up.
Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Oops. That was cooked. For some reason, he fucking changed targets in the middle.
Your journey ends here.
Rise with the
Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Missing my E meant that he wasn't burning anymore. Oopsie.
Here.
Light it up.
Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
I don't think I got it. Nurse, he's trying to get 6E again. That's right, I am. Generally, from what I've looked at, it tends to be the second E.
Sacrifice is ready.
That's the best to... Well... Yeah. No, how do I say this? KINICH's Night Soul generation is a mix of a few things, right? Entering the right... or entering the section of the circle that's highlighted. Nearby enemies burning, or I guess getting virgins, but who cares about that? Nearby enemies burning. And using your normal attacks and just waiting, right? Please shut up, Ahau. The most important one is the reactions, is the burning. And the burning Night Soul generation ticks at a set interval, assuming enemies are burning. What that means is that depending on when exactly your cannon lines up, you might end up getting the Night Soul generation from burning right after using it, or it might end up right before you use it, so you don't get it until the next proc.
Gather.
Okay, that's gonna be in the way. And as a general rule, if you notice that you get your Night Soul generated right after using your skill, that's when you should consider only doing 1 normal attack instead of doing 2.
Your journey ends here.
Light it up.
Lord of Sand.
I got him cornered.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Like here. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked it up in the middle. But the first one, I managed to show well. I guess the second skill, right? The first time I used my skill in between the first and second one.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Okay. That was bad. My god. I really want to show it properly, but it's kind of hard.
Your journey ends here.
Rise with the.
Lord of Sand.
I got him cornered.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Yeah. Oops.
Claim these souls.
So that's me getting 5 without the burst. Like, I used the burst, but the burst didn't do anything because I used it after.
Ends here.
Anyways,
Light it up.
Lord of Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
no one talks about that. My god. Yeah, in order to get 6 E's, you absolutely need to have your burning tick, like your Nisal generation from burning, happen right after your first cannon. Otherwise, 6 won't happen.
Ends here.
Burn it down.
Lord of Sand.
Target acquired.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Like here, I know I'm cooked.
Your journey ends here.
Light it up.
Lord of Sand.
Locked on.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Bro, okay. How did that E miss? My god. My god.
Your journey ends here.
Burn it down.
Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
That was awful. Anyways, let's move on to the next question. Sorry, I got distracted. How much worse are his best Burgeon teams compared to burning ones? For instance, KINICH, Farina, Baiju, Mawika versus KINICH, Iansan, Mawika, Emily. The main thing is Mawika helped his purely dedicated burning teams quite a bit, because it's hard to get a very large amount of damage from your last slot in KINICH's teams. But Mawika actually provides KINICH with a pretty large amount of supportive bonuses. On top of a little bit of personal damage. The thing with Farina is, like, it's not actually a Burgeon team. It's just a burning team with bad burning uptime that gets Farina's buff. And with Farina Mawika, you get really bad burning uptime and you barely get any Burgeons. So it's harder to get a lot of cannon shots on KINICH. Which means that with Farina, Mawika is not nearly as much of an upgrade over Shangling, if an upgrade at all. Because you just end up getting less ease. I'm actually kind of curious where the KINICH, Bennett, Farina teams. They haven't. There isn't a sim for a Mawika one yet. Cooked. That's not real. What the fuck is this? No healer with Farina with self-Burgeon damage. That's asking for too much, I think. My god. That's the fakest team I've ever seen. My god. Anyways. Next question. Alright. I'll allow your message even if it has XDD because it's a good question. Can you talk about Scroll KINICH with Klein? Okay. Chloride is a character that has some pretty good motion value, which makes it so that she doesn't synergize with EM buffs as well as some of the other aggravate or spread carries. She doesn't have direct EM scaling. Which means that you don't really have an amazing last slot for the Dendro in aggravate Chlorine teams. And that makes it so that KINICH, like burst Fav KINICH on Cinder City, is like a decent option. It's not better though. Don't expect it to be better. It's decent. It's usable. You should not go for KINICH in order to use him with Chlorine. But if you really like KINICH, you can use him with Chlorine. Alright, next question. What is the best Dendro replacement for Emily? There is no Dendro replacement for Emily. The purpose of Emily in KINICH teams is pretty much exclusively to deal damage. There is no other reason for her to be there. She's not giving you a buff. The Dendro particles are not completely wasted, but they're not important because KINICH's burst isn't that great if you're able to get 5Es without it. KINICH doesn't gain shit from a second Dendro. You don't use Emily there because she's Dendro, you use her because she is one of the units that does pretty decent off-field damage. She is incredibly replaceable in KINICH's teams. There is no other Dendro unit that does good damage in those burning teams. So if you don't have Emily, you should not be trying to replace her with another Dendro unit. You should be ditching the second Dendro and using a unit of a different element. Use another Pyro unit, use another fucking Crow unit, use... don't be an idiot and think that Nahida's gonna be good here. Technically, this is one of KINICH's better teams if you don't have access to the teammates that are good with him. But, like, at this point, why the fuck did you pull for KINICH? You know? And if this isn't what you're trying to do, there isn't much of a reason to use a second Dendro. Other than because Emily has personal damage. Next question. Thoughts on the KINICH's mid guy that was banned by Ziox? Good chatter. Pretty sure they got unbanned, right? If Nick didn't unban them, I would have unbanned them myself. Would have abused mod privileges. Would you consider KINICH's teams complete? He has plenty of supports now. Is he lacking anything from the current options? Well, you could say that Emily's kind of a bad unit, and that he might end up getting team upgrades through the release of a unit in the future that takes Emily's slot. But his teams are pretty complete, I'd say, yeah. At least his burning teams are. His Burgeon teams are fucking dog shit. And, like, the Farina teams aren't Burgeon teams. They don't get Burgeon. There could be a future character release that actually creates real Burgeon KINICH teams. And if there is something like that, it would probably be a Hydro unit. Or maybe another Dendro unit. I don't think it would be a Pyro unit. What we need is not a better Burgeon trigger. What we need is a way to actually get Burgeons through burning. When enemies are burning, if you apply a normal source of Hydro to them, it does not trigger Burgeon. Because most sources of Hydro only apply one unit, and burning is one of the very few sources of aura that does not get subjected to taxes. Burning is actually kind of like the church. They're exempted from taxes. Alright, so if I go trigger burning on an enemy, and then I hit them with a Hydro attack,
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
I trigger Vaporize, but I don't trigger Blue. That means you either need to weaken the Burning Aura somehow by triggering a different reaction, whether it be Melt, Overload, Swirl, Crystallize, and then apply Hydro, or you need to apply Hydro twice in a row. Which means that if you're trying to play something like KINICH, Bennett, Malika, Farina, I mean, we can see what happens.
Your journey ends
Time to
here,
shine.
Lord of Sand.
Teamwork is strength. Pyroclastic surge. Try it.
I got him cornered.
We get a few burnings at the or a few Burgeons at the start.
That was unexpected.
I guess here this one's fine. We get a few Burgeons, but it's really not that many. It's hard to count them, though. Let's try to count the Burgeons.
Your journey ends
Let
here.
the world come. Rise with the sun. Rush from the sky. I'm going in.
Locked on.
1, 2, 3, 4. We don't talk about that. We got what, 5 Burgeons there? Maybe 6. And as you can see, It's not a lot. Right? Your pyro character that triggers Burgeon is barely getting any damage from the Burgeon reactions. If you compare that to a team that's actually dedicated to Burgeon, is KINICH Hyper Burgeon a thing then? I mean, who's your healer for Farina? And if you're not using Farina, who's buffing KINICH for him to actually deal damage? At that point, why are you using KINICH instead of Nahida? If you're not buffing him at all.
Your journey ends here.
Witness the power of Gua. Huh?
I got you covered.
Alright, we get 3 here, another one, a bunch more, another 2. Very cool. Wow, we're pogging. Another one, another 2, another 2, another 1, another 2, another 1, another 2, another 2, another 2. And you can see we're getting an actual real amount of virgins in a team like this. But the way that the aura works with burning kind of prevents KINICH's teams from getting a lot of virgins. And I think that's something that could be fixed through something other than the pyro units themselves. Either a Hydra unit that gives a buff to KINICH while also having the sort of application that's favorable for Burgeon. A Dendro unit. But maybe a bit less for that, because you already have Dendro application with KINICH. That's not really what you're lacking. Or an Electro, Geo, or Animo unit that is going to weaken the aura while also being helpful for the team's damage. Right? Something like Albedo if Albedo was good. Right? If Albedo's skill did real damage and applied Geo every time it procs, Albedo's kit would actually fit really well with that EM buff in a team like that. But Albedo's not good, so it is what it is. But yeah, so I could see some real improvements to his Burgeon teams, but I don't expect an improvement to his Burning teams for now. At least not for a while. Alright, next question. How can I proc scroll consistently in his rotations? You can't. Consistency is a lie on scroll and KINICH teams. You're pretty much guaranteed that one way or another there's gonna be some inconsistency. Either because you don't have a way to wipe your Dendro, or it's hard to wipe your Dendro, and your scroll is on Mawika, and applying Pyro on a burning enemy does not count as triggering burning, so it does not activate the Cinder City effect past the first rotation. Or your Cinder City is on Neon Sun, and you need to apply 3 Electro application in quick succession in between Pyro hits in order to wipe the burning and trigger Quicken. That one, a bit more doable, but really hard to do if you have Mawika on the team. Which means that it's generally something that you mostly end up doing on this team. But in this team, if you kill the enemy... Let's actually show you what happened. Let me make sure he's properly geared. Yeah.
Your journey ends
Neutralize.
here.
Quick as a flash.
Sand.
Let's light it up, everybody.
I got him cornered.
Okay, can I fucking hit the goddamn crocodile? Okay, I was not able to hit the goddamn crocodile. Let me try again.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your
Teamwork is
sacrifice is ready.
Locked on.
Bro. fucking stupid ass camera, man. God, I hate this character. It's fine. I'll just wait for the crocodile to spawn. I can't be bothered.
Your journey ends.
I'm trying to show what happens when you kill the enemy mid-rotation.
Sacrifice is ready.
Faster, stronger. Let's. I'm going in.
I got him cornered.
Okay, I'm not able to fucking target the goddamn crocodile. I hate this game. I hate... this character fucking sucks in AoE. Even in single target. I mean, whatever.
Journey ends here.
I'll just wait until the crocodile has fully spawned and just target it from the start.
Extract. Quick as a flash.
Dude!
Stay out of my way. Let's light it up. Teamwork is.
Target acquired.
Uh-oh, we don't have burning anymore.
Oh, glory.
Well, that was cool. We got, what, 2 E's?
Especially not when I'm in a.
If the enemy dies mid-rotation, you don't have a way to apply pyro to them anymore, so they stop burning. Because your only pyro is Bennett, and he doesn't have off-field pyro. You can keep burning going without pyro application, but you can't start burning. So if it's a new enemy, burning's gone. So basically, you're always gonna have some form of clunk with the Cinder City with KINICH. This is when this is when you start wishing that Eonsan's burst was like Beto's burst for you. Because Beto's burst can trigger quicken through burning. You don't need to wipe the aura. Because it's a for you attack.
Your journey ends here.
Eyes on me.
Alright, we get the quicken proc.
Sacrifice is ready.
But no. Nice things have not been a thing in this game since 1.0. Anyways, next question! Does C2 KINICH still want a Deepwood holder? I mean, yeah. But it's less important, I suppose. Next question. Will KINICH work as a spread DPS in the future? I mean, it's not that he completely can't, right? You can get 3 E's without the burning thing. It's a bit tight. You need to short hold. If you don't short hold, it's 2 E's only. And 3 E's isn't that much worse than 4. But spread teams don't tend to have buffs that are useful for KINICH, right? They don't tend to have attack buffs. They tend to have EM buffs. If they make very generic, incredibly powerful spread supports that give damage percent and crit instead of EM, I could see KINICH having some viable spread teams in the future. I mean, technically, his spread teams aren't completely awful right now. They're not good, but they're not completely awful. If they give us Dendro supports, or supports for spread, even if they're not Dendro themselves, that give damage percent or crit buffs, or if for some reason they decide to give attack buffs, which I highly doubt will happen, that might push some spread KINICH teams, but they'd have to be fucking broken for that to be better than his current teams. Alright, next question. He's like listing his teams with the best sets for each respective character is something that viewers might appreciate. Sure. The thing is that in KINICH teams, there's honestly generally not a particularly big difference between your set combinations as long as you have someone on Deepwood. And that you're using Cinder City with Natlan characters. In a team like this, generally you want Noblesse. And then either... Alright, Noblesse, Cinder City, Deepwood. Once Eon-san enters the fray, Maoika might not want to go Cinder City. If you do something like this, for example, Maoika, or this, Maoika can end up using Obsidian. But generally you're better off using Deepwood. Even when you're doing something like this, Obsidian Maoika isn't much better than Deepwood Maoika. Because Reverie Emily Deepwood Maoika is pretty similar in output to Obsidian Maoika Deepwood Emily. Yeah. Maoika's personal damage doesn't tend to be all that impressive when you don't spin on her at all and you don't react her burst. Anyways. Generally, always have Deepwood, and if you have an Natlan character, try to have Cinder City. But as long as you fulfill those two conditions, it doesn't really matter who's on what. The difference is pretty minor. Or you can also do Noblesse, Eon-san, Cinder City, Maoika, Deepwood, Emily. That works too, and it's not all that different. No, yeah, just don't do Deepwood, Bennett, or Eon-san because they don't have all-field damage, so you won't have any uptime on it. Alright, next question. How do the off-field power applicators like Changeling, PMC, Toma, and Maoika compare? As a general rule, Maoika is going to be the best one. And after that, you're generally choosing between slightly higher damage or defensive utility. The characters with defensive utility, like Toma and Dea, are a bit worse, just in terms of damage, than the characters with more damage focus. But it's not that big of a deal. You can use Pyro MC. It generally tends to be, if you want to use a Pyro on the last slot, the best alternative to Maoika. But, yeah. Next question. What's the best team for KINICH without Maoika, Emily, and Bennett? Hyperbloom. If you're not going to be using any of the supports that are good with him, it's going to be Hyperbloom, yeah, like, obviously. Like, that's on you. Like, why are you not using him with any of the characters that work well with him? Don't tell me you don't have Bennett. I know you're lying. C1 or SIG for vertical investment? You can consider either, honestly. His C1 is pretty okay-ish. And his weapon is a fucking Natlin signature, so yeah. So it generally just depends on what weapon you're starting from in terms of which of the two is going to give you a bigger increase. As a general rule, if you're starting from a free-to-play weapon, like Earthshaker, weapon will be a bit more impactful. But if you're starting from like Serpent Spine, C1 might be more impactful. But if you use his weapon on other characters, maybe you'd rather go for the weapon anyways. But if you already have, like, Maoika's signature, then his weapon isn't a particularly big increase. They're close enough that it's situation dependent, basically. Next question. Do you know whether C1 makes it easier to get 6E rotations? Why would it? Movement speed? It's after you do the midair thing. Where even is it? I don't know. Yeah, it's an inspiration thing. It doesn't work in combat. I remember Lynette being a popular suggestion for his teams on release. Is that still a thing? I was never a fan of the Lynette thing. The main idea behind Lynette is if you don't have a particularly strong last slot, Lynette can function. She's an off-field character that can hold deep wood, and she's got a bit of defensive utility and a small attack buff as well. But it was never that good. It was always just like, okay. Next question. Outside of Bennett channeling or Bennett Maoika, who can be... Or outside of Bennett channeling Maoika, who can be a good last slot for a KINICH team that isn't Iskafi, Emily, Eon Sun? Or do you just go Hyper Bloom? You can go Pyro MC on the last slot. It's fine. Alright, next and last question. Is Reverie on KINICH worth considering? Codex is too good. It's not, like, bad. Reverie is usable if you have a really good Reverie and you haven't farmed any Codex. But Codex is better. Alright, that's gonna be it. I hope you all enjoyed, hope you learned a thing or two. I'll be recording the Ask Zajef Raiden soon, so if Raiden is the one you wanted to hear about, I look forward to that. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. A how impression? I don't really feel up to it today. Let editors know? Yeah. Recorded. KINICH. AZ. Will you upload the Chronicled Wish video? I guess I can do that today, yeah. Time to quest Jeff now? Is it? Is it time to quest Jeff? Event quest? It's not good stream content, though. One Belatra run to warm up for tomorrow. You know what? I'm down. Sorry for the bar at the bottom. I already set it up for with the AHA overlay. Little cooked because of that. All right, chat. Let's do a modded deck. Let's do. Let me explain Bellatro? Sure. Let's do Bizarre deck. So, Bellatro is a roguelike game where your combat... It's a deck building roguelike where your combat is inspired by poker. You play poker hands, and those poker hands give you points based on what hand it is. And you can get jokers up to 5 that can also give you points. And you can also add or remove cards from your deck and get some special cards that have special effects. Let's just go right into it. We need to score 300. By default, the general hands you go for to score 300 on the first fight is full house, flush, or straights. If you can get a 4 of a kind or a straight flush, it's obviously also gonna do it, but it's a lot harder to do. Let's go for a full house. Fuck it. Dude, what the fuck is going on here? You know what? We're probably more likely to hit a flush. Yeah. Let's also not remove animations and make the game speed a bit more normal. And just like that, we score enough in one hand. You can discard in gold stake here. You can discard any amount of cards in your hand up to 5 twice. And you can play hands 4 times. Ooh, that's a pretty good start. We get Hermit. Hermit is a tarot card. Tarot cards are just one-use things that you can buy. And the Hermit doubles my money. So I have 2 options here. Either I use it now and buy the Buffoon pack and the Grabber, or I hold off and I use it after the next enemy. The problem is, scoring 450 without any jokers with 4 hands is something that might be a problem. Generally it's not, but if you get bad draws, it can be. However, if I manage to do it, then instead of doubling $5, I'll double my money after I've earned the money from this. You earn 4, you earn 1 additional dollar per remaining hand, and you gain 1 additional dollar of interest per $5 you have. So I'm guaranteed to at least have 10, and if I manage to win in 2 hands, I'll have 12, which will make my Hermit give me $12 instead of 5. That's 7 more. It's a massive difference. But if I do that, I'll also end up seeing 1 less Buffoon pack before the boss, and the next, whatever comes after the boss. Which means if my next shop is bad, I might die. But fuck it, let's go for it. That's a good opening hand, because we have 4 out of 5 for a flush. We get to play a flush instantly and keep a pair. That's good. Flush won't win in 1, but we can probably win in 2. We have a 3 of a kind. 3 of a kind here is going to be, what, 39 times 3? That wins. No. 39 times 3 is 117. I'm literally 1 away. Cooked. We'll discard both of these. That way, if we get a spades, it's a win. But if you get a 7, a 10, and or a queen, it's also a win from a full house. Unlucky. We lost $1 because it took us 1 more hand, but it is what it is. I guess it's $2 because of the Hermit. Bad sign, we don't have a Joker in the shop or a Buffoon pack, which means we're kind of in trouble. We're definitely buying the Grabber. It gives us 1 more hand, makes things more safe. But also, each remaining hand is $1, so it's also plus $1 on each round. I think the smart play here is to skip the standard pack so I can keep enough money for interest, and to just buy a Saturn and a Chariot so I can one-shot the boss with a straight. But there's such high roll potential with these if you get blue seals. But, oh well. I'll do the smart play. Yeah. A full house doesn't win, so I think I just discard to try to find a straight if you get either an ace or a 9. Begging. Begging. I could just play this. Nah, I'll get it. Surely I'm gonna draw. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So let's make a... Actually, do we need to make a steel card, or does this win without it? This is gonna be plus 49, so 100. Yeah, this wins without it, so we don't need the Chariot yet. Okay. He's playing the mod. The mod just adds some jokers and decks. The deck I'm using right now, it's basically just things are discounted. That's pretty much it. And you can find cards in the shop. And the jokers, well, you'll see them eventually. Okay, here, we're a little cooked. It's a bit annoying that this is Eternal, but we're probably going to have to buy it, otherwise we just die. Let's buy an Arcana pack because it's going to be a Hermit, but a Chariot also works. Oh, it's a Soul. GG. GG. Legendary Joker. Average Balatro moment, I guess. Shiko is the worst Legendary Joker. Actually, that's not true. Perkeo is the worst Legendary Joker because it crashes my game. I don't know why. One of my mods has a problem, probably, where negative consumable crash my game. So if I have Perkeo, I have to sell it immediately. Otherwise, it crashes my game. I don't think I buy the Celestial pack. I think I buy the Raised Fist and move on. Or I could ditch the Raised Fist because I can make 1,000 in one straight with a Chariot. The Shiko pisses me off. Plus, I have clearance sale, so it doesn't even sell for 10. It sells for 7. We need to find a 9. Or sorry, a Jack. I'll do the risky play just because I'm pissed off, so I'm fine if I die. Like, if I die, it is what it is. I'll just sell the Shiko, honestly. I'll make $1 of interest now. Okay. Now a straight doesn't win anymore, so I need to... Okay. It sucks that it's rental, but Grimbo's good. That's not good with Grimbo. I'll take this. It's kind of annoying. Polychrome cards are not very good with Grimbo, but a Polychrome Red Seal probably is good enough to take. I'll temporarily buy the Hanging Chad in case I draw my Gold Seal this round. That doesn't win, right? Actually, it might win. No, I don't have the Chariot in hand. It won't win. Okay. How do you die in this game? If you don't score enough, you die. Okay. Now I'll sell this because I don't care that much about keeping it. Okay. I mean, we're committed to Grimbo. It's back! This one's not rental, so I think I'll buy it and I'll keep it. I think we're buying all 3 of these. We're probably buying this too. Let's hope we get a Hermit. Oop, that's fine. I'm okay with the Tower, honestly. Maybe we get a Photograph? We do get a Photograph. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's a dub. Actually, this... Probably just wins, doesn't it? I don't want to win yet. What mod is this? This is the extra credit mod. Let's make sure this hand doesn't win, so we stack our Grimbo. We're gonna need the Grimbo to survive for a little bit. But once we've leveled our hand enough, Photo Chat is gonna carry our ass. But we do need to level the hand. Oh, that's... it's bad with Grimbo, but it's good enough that I'll take it anyways, I think. And because we really need to level the hand... Ah! That's not a pair or a high card. His Venus is fine. That's dog shit. Alright, want to discard 9s. Let's play hands. How much does a 3 of a kind score? I just want to check that. How much this scores. I could calculate it, but I'm too lazy, so I'll just play it and then... Okay, it scores enough to win. That's all I wanted to check. Plus $10. Minus 1 molt on the Grimbo. We will use up all our hands so we can try to find the other 9 so we can discard it for money. This doesn't win, right? Okay, close though. And I guess we do this in case this happens. Because that way we get to re-trigger our gold seal. And make a lot of money. Alright. We made like 20 bucks in this round, so we're vibing. Okay, Celestial packs are great here because I'm looking to pivot out of the Grimbo. And the reason I want to do that is because I have things that multiply my score before this triggers. So this is going to get heavily diluted and become pretty worthless. But the score I'm currently multiplying is really low. So I want to level up my hands so that the base score is higher, so I'm multiplying a higher number. Which is why planet cards are pretty good here. And Mercury is the hand that's the easiest to play reliably. So ideally, I want to level Mercury. This sucks. Let's level Pluto, I guess. Pair is the Bennett of Balatro, pretty much, yeah. I think I can afford to do one roll because I'll make at least 10 bucks from my rebate. I could do another one because I'm greedy. Fuck it. Alright, that was ass. Rebate is still on 9s. Bad. I have to play this by itself. Kinda sucks, but it is what it is. Ah. Because I'm pretty sure pair wins, so I can't... And I think high card with a face card also wins. It does win, right? Well, might as well not risk it. I could sell this now, probably. Wheel of Fortune is good. But I don't want to copy it if I get a fool. Ooh. This is hard. Ideally, in the long term, I want to level this up. I want to make it... I want to use the Strength Tarot card to increase its rank by 1. To an 8, then a 9, then a 10, and then a Jack. So that my combo that gives me a lot of score when I play a face card works on this card. And getting more copies of it is gonna be nice. But honestly, in the long term, I'm gonna win no matter what. And in the short term, leveling up Pluto is gonna be more helpful. So I think that's what I'll do. Or leveling up high card, I mean. Because I could do high card instead of pair. It's not that bad. Yeah. Chariot isn't bad here, but I'll do Pluto instead. Right. Wheel of Fortune, it's bad. Okay. One roll. Ooh, that's really good. That's really, really good. This is how we're gonna end up leveling up our hand. That's really, really useful. I suppose we don't really need the Grimbo anymore. So, let's get rid of it. Alright, and this has a 1 in 4 chance to level up our hand. So, I think we're just gonna spam high card then. And commit to high card and hope it levels it up. Just want to check how much a high card scores right now. Is it enough? It's not. In that case, I'll keep playing those. Okay, the next high card wins if it's a face card. Oh, I was supposed to discard jacks. I'm an idiot. I think I played a jack. This might be the gold seal one. It wasn't. Oh well. Okay, Space Joker is being a little rude right now, and it's refusing to trigger. That's kind of annoying. But that's okay. We don't want to copy this in case we get a fool. Let's open this first. We didn't get a fool. I'll use this first and then the Hermit in case I get a fool later. I'd rather copy Hermit over Temperance right now. Devil is great. Strength works. Toby ain't it. Can't get that. Alright. Fuck. I mean, we're not dead. Because we do have this. This could save us. Discard 4s. Ew. Okay. I'm gonna play this and hope the Space Joker doesn't proc. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I do hope it procs at some fucking point, though. Otherwise, I'm gonna get a little pissed off. There we go! 6k, okay, now that's enough to win. So... this. Let's hope. Hey, my man! I guess I'd rather do this and potentially strength this. The money. I'd still rather strength the 10, I think. Woo! Space Joker, my goat! Didn't get a good. I didn't get this, so I'm gonna keep my strength. I'm not in a great spot though. That's good. Space Joker isn't important right now. And everything else is eternal. Yeah, alright. We take the madness, I think. It's pretty rare that you end up in a situation where madness is actually good when you already have a build going. But... because it can... basically, this is a scaling Joker that destroys your other Jokers. But... Jokers can have a debuff on them that makes it so you're not allowed to sell them, but it also makes them immune to getting destroyed. Which is where this Joker comes in. Unfortunately, it means I won't be able to scale my high card anymore, but that's fine for now. Let's hope we find a blue seal. I'll take a purple seal. Maybe a steel card is better right now. Because right now, I'm scared of dying to the plant, but if I make it past the plant, we win. And a steel card helps us score enough points for the plant. So I think that's better right now. That's dog shit. This isn't gonna do enough. 10 moles isn't gonna do enough. Wait! Enhanced cards can't be oh, that's so good! Then I just need to enhance some of my face cards and I'm fine. Okay, we're chill. We're vibing. Ooh. Death. Fuck. I want that. Magician, I want that too. Fuck! Okay, I guess I gotta sell the strength. It's fine if I don't build around this. I'll win with high card just through these things. Can't manas destroy it? I can just skip. Voucher skip is good. How much is the score? Oh, I should have this. Actually, it doesn't matter. It scores a lot more than I thought it would. Oopsie. What do I even want to copy? I guess I want to copy the steel card. I have enough econ through rebate. And honestly, this ain't making it to a face card. And steel is really good when your mold scaling happens before hand triggers. Let's do that, yeah. Now we probably sell this. Purple Joker is probably my favorite modded Joker, but it's not very good here. It is probably worth buy selling. It costs $2 to refresh one slot for the overstock. I think it is. Oh, but no, I can't. Madness. Could have been nice, but we got madness, so we can't. I will 100% take a gold seal, especially if it's hollow and gold and steel. Death. Maybe on this? Maybe devil on this? I wish I could chariot this. This is fine. Who knows? Maybe this will be good. It wasn't. Alright. Yeah, so it tries to destroy something, but because everything I have is eternal, it doesn't destroy anything. We want to discard 6s. I guess I can discard, it's fine. How much does this score? It's probably enough to win, right? I'll double check. It is. I'm too lazy to fucking save scum. I'm way too lazy to save scum here. Okay. 2 random cards. Chariot is great. Don't think I'd take any of this. Right now, I don't want to make my deck too thick. Get an upgrade to my high card. Increase my pre-molt or pre-multiplicative scaling bolt. I wish I could take this, but I can't because my madness is gonna eat it. I'll take the strength though. Want to discard 6s. I'm effectively using my hands as discards right now, but keeping my discards because if I discard instead of playing, it makes me money through my mail-in rebate. That's the last 6 in the deck, right? No, there's another 6, but I'd rather play it because it's the gold seal one. Can I please find my good card? Bro, why can't I find the strength it? Or to chariot it? Whatever, I can't play this. It sucks. I guess I'll chariot it. So I have a better copy target. I should have played this. I don't think it matters right now. We won. I don't think we can lose anymore. Because we already got planted. Dog shit. Ludo's great. Roll a little bit, try to find something useful. Based. $1 for a random planet card. Nope. Pass roll. Ooh, that's good. It doesn't get destroyed immediately. So I effectively get a random sealed card. Alright. Discard 10s. Oh no. I can't even... No, I can throw away a hand if I play a pair. I don't think a pair wins here. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It's not even close to winning. My god. Shit, that might win. I don't think it wins. Right? No, okay, we're fine. Finally, we found it. Oh, that's bad. We didn't get the steel card. We almost fucking died because we discarded our steel card. Oh my god. That was almost a massive throw. Holy shit. Let's get a free roll. Nah. Pretty ass. Meh. Meh. I guess I'll open this now. Fuck. Ew. Guess I'll make some Empress. It's not awful. Pluto's great. Give me all the Pluto. We should be out of the woods now. I could use Hieroglyph. I'm pretty sure it's not losable anymore. Honestly, I kind of can't be bothered playing optimally and throwing away hands for rebate. So I just won't. I'll play this at least, though. Probably keep a Joker slot open in case Verdant Leaf fucks you. Yeah, I guess I should. That's a smart idea. I don't have boss reroll. Okay, give me a holy roll. Hey, nice. Ew. Okay, give me a strength. Nice. Meh. Discard queens. All right, I'll This doesn't win, right? It might win. It does. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's because my lucky card procced. That's why it won so easily. That sucks. Should take the hieroglyph. Oh, that's nice. We're on a boss, right? Yeah. So we should do this. I'm not gonna take the hieroglyph, I just can't be bothered. I should have copied this for this one. Oh well. I'm an idiot. Fine. Okay, why can I not find this, man? There it is. Okay. I guess I don't need to level this right now. I'll just level this instead. I'll copy the Chad, or the photograph, and that's gonna be pretty easy win. Hey, plus one hand, we take those. That's alright. Yo. I should sell this in case I can find an eternal version of it. That'd be nice. No. Well, actually, it's probably not a good idea, but it's fine. What do I discard? 2s, but I don't want to discard the 2. I'd rather play the 2. The good 2. There we go. Good card to copy. I'd rather Magician it though. Yeah. Oh shit, that scored more than I thought it would. Hanged Man is good. Fuck. No. I'm not letting this go. That's not okay. They can't do that. This won't win now. It did win, I'm an idiot. Obviously, it's a mold card. Burglar is actually really good here. No, it's not. I have rebate. Discard 7s. That's alright. This is dog shit. Ludo? Nope. Cryptid. New trans. That's pretty good. Put on this so we can copy it. Good copy target. Could have hexed actually. Hex would have been good too. Blue Seal is good. Death is great. Give me a Strength. Is this modded? Yeah, it is. A few quality of life mods and a couple gameplay mods too. Alright, this is actually gonna be it, by the way. No, it's not. Last roll. No strength. Fine. Discard kings. Yeah. Copy this probably. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, do we get Verdant Leaf? Yeah, so I'm glad we didn't buy an Eternal Joker to fill things out. That would have been pretty bad. Come on. That procs first, so I should take this. It's worth $4. It was not worth $4. Why did I sell it? Whatever. I don't think I'll find a strength in time, chat. I think it's not gonna happen. But a good target for it. 4s. Fine. That's pretty good. All right. And is finally time. Is it finally time to find the strength? I don't think so, honestly. We found it! Oh, if we had boss reroll, this could be a bean angle. Oh. Okay, I mean, bean is still worth using for this. Probably take strength over Hangman here. Make sure we find our target. We only have one of them. Ideally, we want 2. Very good. Sell this and GG. GG. We go again. Archaeology deck. This is also an anti-zero, so the score requirement is lower, basically. Oh, we get a flush. Pretty rare to get, but you have one less hand size. Pretty hard, pretty rare to get a flush on this deck at the start. Superposition is not good. This is really hard to get a straight. I'll try, but it's not gonna fucking happen. I know it's not gonna happen. It happened. That's not normal, by the way. I'm going for it, I don't care. Oh my god, it happened again? What the fuck? It's actually, it is rigged. It's so rigged. Holy shit. I think it's a bootstraps angle here. Can't take the card sharp. Unlucky. We'll find an ace, right? We didn't. I believe. We'll find an ace. I believe. We'll find an ace. I shouldn't believe, it's a bad idea. I need the money right now, so I should just not bother with that. I think doing this and this is the right play. Does the knight not do it? It has to have an ace. Faceless Joker is amazing here, because I need some money generation for my bootstraps. And I'll get a Temperance here. Devil's really good. Red card instead of bootstraps could be a play. Pyromancer could be a play. I'll take the red card for now, I think. I think it's really easy to get a win with just one Empress card, so I'll Fool for Emperor. And I'll play this so I can discard 3 face cards. For the money. And I'll play this. We can try to do it a second time. Yup. More money. And then... I don't know, actually. I guess we play this. Am I dead? Uh-oh. That's really good. We're not dead. Take this, find a Hermit or Poggin. Take this, find an Immolate. Ecto is not good enough. Incantation is not good enough either. That's a skip. Do I want the reroll surplus? No, because I've got the bootstraps. Okay. I don't want to win. I've got plus 20 molt. This wins. This doesn't. Can't lose this one. Grimbow's not terrible here, but I already have flat mold scaling, so I don't need it. I'll take Pyromancer. I should have skipped. That's on me. This is a skip. And we take Overstock for sure. Fuck. Duo is amazing. We definitely buy that. Probably a devil. We can't... No, we can still buy these two. We sell the superposition. Unlucky. Didn't get a Mercury. $600. That wins, right? Whatever. Any Belocho mods worth getting? I really like the extra credit mod. It's a good one. Magician? Probably, yeah. Hanged Man, 100%. Okay. Here... I think I want to play 2-pair once, because I know it doesn't win, but I don't want to put myself in too much danger. Then just play pair. 500. High card. Pair wins now. Come on. Thank you. I'm dead. I fucked up. I didn't draw a pair. We're dead. Sick. 34 points. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Not drawing a pair is bullshit. My god. That I'm not happy. I'm not happy. That was poorly played. I shouldn't have risked it. Whatever. Get me the fuck out. We go next. We yeah. Yeah. Just whatever, just yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah, Get me out, get me out, get me out. This is gonna be the last one. I'm angry. That's really fucking good. You know what? Fuck it. I'll go for Mercury. We didn't get Mercury. That's not good. Please let me find some fucking face cards. We're gonna die again. I'm so mad. All my face cards were in the bottom half of my deck. I'll do this for this one. No. Garbage all around. I don't want it. I don't want it. Sure, Trousers was good. Never mind. Fuck you. Fuck you. Good game. Enough to win. Just barely. It's not. I'm an idiot. I thought 14 was enough. You need 15. Ah! Nurse, he's spam reach. I know. I know. It's bad. Dude. I want a start that doesn't make me sad. That's all I want, man. That's all I want. A start that doesn't make me... There we go. There we go. Rebate first shot into a hermit. Alright. Big dub. Massive dub, okay. This start makes me happy. Go for 7s. Let me keep... I can't keep a pair. Actually, I could keep it. No. Come on, give me some 7s I can discard. That's good. Give me more 7s, please. Thank you. Favorite start is Riffraff? Yeah, Riffraff is a nice start. We're definitely buying every single pack. That's worth it. Nope. 4s. How much is this? 61, 67 times 5. It's enough to win. Acrobat is okay. Blue Seal is amazing. Gold Seal is fine, but I have enough money. And now that I have a Blue Seal, I need to find it as much as possible. I think we go Acrobat, yeah. Discard 9s. Come on, let me find the Blue Seal. We didn't find it. Fudge. It's okay. We'll find it on the next one. Ooh. I'll gladly take one more Mercury. And then another Mercury. Fine. No Blue Seal. Hieroglyph is probably worth it with Acrobat, actually. No, Hieroglyph makes us find our Blue Seal less often. It's not. That's good. You want to discard 3s? Does a pair win 84 times 6? No. I can play one pair. Then just high card. If I play high card 10, it wins. I gotta play this. So it doesn't win. Can't find the Blue Seal. It's hiding too well. That's really good. I'll take this. It's pretty bad. Oh, okay. That's alright. Sure. Not bad. I guess we can take that. I've seen worse. Take Vampire, but meh. Supernova is probably the play. That means I want to start spamming pairs. I shouldn't have sold the egg. Should have sold the blackjack. I'm an idiot. Whatever. Play eights. Pair. Pair wins here, right? I don't think this does. There we go. Kinda sucks that we're not finding our 8s. My god, that's impressive. Not a single rebate proc this round. Anyways. I'll do this. That's pretty good. Could pivot to 4 of a kind, but meh. Could go Wii, but meh. Pretty bad. Could have just skipped, actually. Here, a pair scores +6, so 13 times 100. It doesn't win, right? Just barely? No, it's 14 times 105. I think I'm like 60 away from a win. 30 away from a win, yeah. Oh, that's fine. Oh, I'd rather scale my supernova here. Or I could ditch the supernova, go madness again. Fuck it. That's the plan. That's the plan. For sure. What do I want to make more of? More 4s? More queens? This will do, I guess. Or I'd rather have devil now. Can't take that anymore. That's fine though. Egg is worth it. Alright. 3s. Make more queens. Business. Ooh, let me close this real quick. We're definitely buying glow up. We're getting a Mercury. We're not getting a Mercury. That's fine. That's pretty good. Since we don't have any flat mold scaling. Let's do one roll. Yeah. Discard 3s. This doesn't win, right? Could have gone Lucky Cat instead of Madness, but I don't have enough. Queen. Alright. We keep trying. Seeing double isn't bad, but I'd rather have something I can sell if I get Verdant Leaf at the end, so... It kind of has to be better than Madness for me to want to take it. Michelle? Nah. We'll take Turtle Beam, though. That's probably money positive. Justice. Sure. 7. I don't think a pair wins, right? Jokalisa's kind of goated, but I don't think I want to get it. Nah. It doesn't beat a Madness that's already at ×2, I don't think. Eternal Rental negative riffraff. That's so funny. Discard 3s. Well, I guess that's what it is. Didn't expect to win without the Acrobat. I'd rather copy a wheel. No. Oh, that's so fucking good. I'm taking it, I don't care. Fuck the mail-in rebate. This was a bad idea, but... Yeah, this is an awful idea. I'm not doing this. That's terrible. I'll just go next, man. Discard 7s. Is that good enough? No, it's not. This? No. Yeah, that's not bad, but it's not good either. No. Discard 10s. Pretty sure I could, like, completely autopilot the rest of this. Let's just autopilot this. give a shit. I should have taken the seal, but it requires thinking, and I don't want that. I'm an idiot. Same thing here. Should have taken that queen, but I don't care enough. I'm an idiot. Should have copied it. That's fine. I can probably just skip the rest and still win, but... Card 8. Should've taken that blue seal. Card 10s. Discard 6. Discard 8. Discard 10. Discard queens. Oh, I'm an idiot. Level this. Fuck you. Onk. We know what the boss is. Crimson Heart. Onk isn't good though, because if it doesn't target Madness, it's bad. If it target Madness, it's really good, but... Sick. Target. Discard 2s. Oh, it would have been nice, but... Yes. Discard 5s. And finally, last boss. Might as well. Oh! We can bean it up. But I'm so down for that. Okay, never mind. We're not getting lucky. It is what it is. Alright, GG. That's gonna be it for today. Hope you all enjoyed. Hope you had a good time. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the charity stream. I hope you guys will show up.